And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Board of County Commissioners Board Work Session for June 12, 2020 for the CARES Act funding. Discussion and decisions, 4 hours of action-packed fun. I am John Hutchings, the chair of the board. Also present is Vice Chair Commissioner Ty Menser and Commissioner Gary Edwards. And to Gary's left is our County Manager, Ramiro Chavez. And we also have the Assistant County Manager, Robin Campbell, present. And so as I get rid of some pop-ups here, Robin, will you introduce everybody else that you have from your office? Once you unmute.
Sorry, yeah, I saw that. Budget team is observing the meeting on live stream and are not part of this Zoom conversation. We do have, however, from the Commissioner's office, Jenica Machado, who is taking the lead on the CRF funding.
Okay, I'd just like to say also we have zooming in is our County Assessor, Stephen Drew. And I think that's all I see present. Is there anybody I missed, Ramiro?
No, I think you got it covered.
Okay, good. So I'm going to start with you, Ramiro. Go ahead and kick us off and where you're going to throw it next.
So let me outline the objective of this meeting first. Then I will provide you with some background. And then we'll go through the process of what you should be expecting today. So the objective of this meeting, hopefully by the end of this long session, we will have a direction from the board on the allocation of the $15.7 million of the CARES money, also known as the CRF. And so as a matter of background, the CARES money was allocated to Thurston County through the Department of Commerce, and it was based on a per capita allocation. And the per capita allocation included all the citizens in Thurston County, close to 290,000 population. That's how we resulted on the $15.7 million. There is a couple of restrictions on that, and Jenica is going to get through those restrictions later on. And one of the main restrictions is this money needs to be spent by October 31st, 2020. This money cannot be used to supplement any loss of revenue, and this money shall be spent to address the COVID-19 emergency. You had initial conversation about this money, and you set aside what I call a bucket of money. And out of the buckets of money, you made initial determination. The first, we're going to ask for reimbursement of the past expenditures that we have incurred as a result of responding to this emergency. That amount is, at this point, is $2.9 million. The second direction that you provided, but you needed to ensure that we have enough financial capacity to continue to respond our public health emergency. And as a result of that, you made initial determination that you will set aside $6.4 million. The next step in the process, you determined that you want to support outside needs in the community, and you set aside $1 million to that. And I'm going to touch base a little bit more on that $1 million. And lastly, you made, out of the remainder of that money, you wanted to hear from all the office and departments as to what will be their internal needs for you to have a full picture of the CARES money. So that will put us in where we are right now. So let me go back to the external allocation of $1 million. You made a initial assessment, and again, what I'm saying, an initial, because everything is fluid based as to how you're going to be making the final determinations today. Even the determinations today may not be final, but I will address that at the end of today as to what will be the next steps that you may be taking as we move forward. Out of the $1 million that you set aside for external needs, you stated that you would like to support small business recovery, and perhaps also address social services support in the community. So following on that direction, I asked Jenica to start coordinating a presentation from the Thurston Strong as well as from United Way. And the intent of that presentation was to give you, the board, a perspective as to how those two outfits will be making an argument as to how you may split the $1 million they set aside for external use. So 2 weeks ago, I think it was June 2nd, I believe, you had a presentation from Thurston Strong, which is a collaborative effort between the Economic Development Council and the Chamber of Commerce of Thurston County. On that presentation, you receive a letter from the EDC, from Michael Kate, outlining they are supportive of a 25% request out of the CARES money, out of the $15.7 million. You participating in that briefing, you asked questions, and that is the proposal that you had from Thurston Strong. At that briefing, you may recall, the United Way did not submit a request separate from Thurston Strong. And the executive director of United Way, Chris Wells, was at that briefing providing support of the request from Thurston Strong on the 25% of the CARES money allocation. Also at that meeting, I believe Commissioner Menser asked Chris Wells if she was going to request additional funding from the county aside from the proposal from Thurston Strong. And I believe the answer from Chris Wells was yes, that an upcoming request will be on its way.
It's here.
So this week, I had a phone conversation from Chris Wells, which she let me know that she was in the process of drafting a letter to the commissioners requesting additional funding for their objective. You received the letter this week, and this letter is attached to your packet, in which she is requesting at least $500,000 allocation from the CARES money. Also, you have in your packet a request from the Thurston Climate Action Team and the Northwest Eco Building Guild. And perhaps you may consider setting aside some dollars that is not specific in here. You also discussed this letter 2 weeks ago. It is not project specific, and I believe Commissioner Hutchins was now going to reach out to the group to get additional details, but we will touch base on this later. So that's the framework in terms of the money. To revisit this, we have $2.9 million already expenditures that we're going to be asking for reimbursement. You set aside $6.4 million to continue to provide and respond to the public health emergency. You have set aside $1 million for external needs. That request itself from the external needs is $5.5 million. If you add the United Way request, so that will leave us just about $5.4 million if we stay with the $1 million outside. You ask staff to develop a process as to how we're going to be engaging internal offices and departments to submit applications for your consideration. So that's how Jenica Machado comes to play. She has performed wonderfully in terms of managing the internal process. We develop an application. She's going to go through that. And we give a deadline to those offices and departments to provide an approval. And also, we form a review team. And the review team, Jenica is going to give you who was involved. It was strategic to give us a perspective as to what the main objective of the review team is, to determine if those applications submitted meeting the requirements of the CARES money. And there's 5 questions the team went through. As a result of that, the team went through those applications, all of them. I believe there was the number of 75, if I recall well. And they, from their perspective, recommended some of those applications did not meet the intent of the CARES money. So that's what put us in the position for you to start considering all that. So at this point, I will give the floor to Jenica. She's going to walk you through in more detail of the internal process as to what we went through. Lastly, Commissioner Hutchins, I will ask you to consider taking a break here, maybe about 12:40, to everybody get some lunch, because we're going to have a working lunch as we go through the next 3 hours or so. Any questions on the background that I provided to you? Any new news that you didn't hear, or any new news that you have not been appraised of?
I have a question. Decision time is today. Is that because of any deadlines coming up or looming, besides having to have the funding spent by a certain time, by the end of October?
Yes, the sense of urgency is the timing. And the sense of urgency is to give all the proponents a green light to start implementing those projects and those applications. So it is critical, from my perspective, the board reaches a decision in terms of the allocation of this funding today.
And my next question is, did you say the Northwest Eco Building Guild? I see the request here, and they've been in touch with us commissioners. Was I to follow up with them, or Commissioner Messer?
That was you, Commissioner Hutchins, that you were going to do the reach out, but.
Good. Well, I failed at that. Okay, I have not contacted this group.
Okay.
To be fair to them.
Okay, I have.
So then Commissioner Edwards has. So.
Good. Okay, good.
We're set up, I believe, for next week for a meeting with that group.
With the group.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Because I was asking for them to come address the board. I remember doing that, reaching out to them to address the board for a presentation, but not regarding the CARES.
Okay, so that's the letter that's included in your packet. So.
Yeah. Okay. Let me turn to my seatmates. Any questions?
Not yet.
Okay. And no more questions at this point. Thank you. And I got your message about 12:40. We'll take a break.
Okay, thank you.
So go ahead, Jenica, and thank you for being here.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jenica Machado, Economic Development Manager. I'm going to share my screen. I have a PowerPoint presentation, so Please let me know if you are not seeing the slides at the moment.
You got it.
Good. Okay. All right. So I'm going to, as Ramiro had mentioned, do a brief overview of the internal application process that we undertook for the coronavirus relief funds. And if desired, we can take a deeper dive into some Excel sheets after this. You have within your packet multiple resources for this conversation, such as an application description summary of every application that was submitted, a scoring summary sheet, and bundled category rankings within the Excel sheets. This process had a very tight timeline. So first, I'd like to express my appreciation to the offices and departments who had a very quick turnaround on the applications, and a huge thank you to the review team who made a really heavy lift of processing and reviewing applications in a week. So to start off, taking a quick look at the timeline, for the internal timeline, we released an email with the application on May 22nd to all offices and departments. Each applicant had roughly a week before the due date on June 1st. The review panel then had a week for review. We broke review up into two phases. Phase 1 was determining which applications met the funding parameters. Phase 2 was the review team scored applications to provide the Board of County Commissioners with a priority sorting of the remaining applications. The review panel took 2 days of collaborative deliberation after their individual review before moving these forward to you today. So the funding criteria, this was passed forward from the Department of Commerce. And there are 5 statements here that all need to be answered true to be meeting the funding parameters. Statement 1 is the expense is connected to the COVID emergency. The expense is necessary. It is not fulfilling a shortfall in government revenues. The expense is not funded through another budget line item, allotment, or allocation as of March 27th, 2020. And the expense wouldn't exist without COVID or would be for a substantially different purpose. And as Ramiro mentioned, there is a time constraint on these funds. They have to be spent by October 31st. And so the funding parameters that are the dates that we put forward in the application is that these projects or expenses needed to fall within June 1st and October 31st. So for the review panel, on the review panel, we had Robin Campbell, Joshua Cummings, Jennifer Walker, Diana Benson, Brandon Weber, myself, and Joe Wolf served as a technical advisor to the panel. The panel's role was to determine which applications met funding criteria and provide a prioritization method to the Board of County Commissioners. As there's an expectation of a future audit, the review panel had a tight focus on compliance as to not be charging taxpayers in the future. The prioritization that was used for phase 2 of the review fell under these categories: expected impact to essential services, expected impact to the community, looking at quantity of community members impacted and quality of impact, the level of need, and if it was within a high priority strategic plan initiative, such as public health, public safety, law, justice, economy, or a thriving community. We received 78 applications, initial applications, which totaled $7,428,053. And through careful review and considering the 5 statement funding parameters that I introduced earlier, 60 applications were selected by the review panel to move forward to the board for award, or to be selected for award or not. What this chart is going to show you is as we had 60 applications, we wanted to bundle into categories how these applications fell within a theme. And so in this chart, you will see the bundled applications. It is in descending order based on average score of the applications within the bundle. And so you'll see direct response had the highest average score with PPE, staff, cleaning, and so on, out of a score of 30. And then we can take a deeper look at these. So for direct response, as I mentioned, that was the highest average application score. We had 7 applications within this category, and that bundle came out to $419,106. The second highest rated category was PPE. We received 5 applications, which totaled $632,367. The next was staff, like staff time, 5 applications, $183,576. The next was cleaning, and this was 3 applications, $177,400. Number 5 was community support, which was 1 application at $30,000. The next was communications, 2 applications, $115,200. Number 7 was a category of physical distancing, 17 applications, $2,449,788. Next, emerging needs. This comprised of 2 applications, $1,030,000. And the last category was tech for teleworking, which had 18 applications, $442,085. So that was a high-level overview of what the process and our approach to bundling the applications looked like. Are there any questions or comments before we could move into a deeper dive?
My seatmates, any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, Jenica, I have one, and that is the applicants that were not eligible, deemed ineligible, were they all advised of that, and why?
We have not sent out communication at this time. We do have a list of all of the applicants within your Excel sheet. And so you can see the total 78 that had applied. And the application description has a brief synopsis of what each one was.
It would be, without burdening staff, it would be nice to let people know that they were not eligible and perhaps why, because they're going to have that question anyway.
Well,
yeah.
The reason as to why we cannot inform the applicants, because we don't want to prevent the ability of the board to change these recommendations.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. All right. That's the only question I had at this point. Thank you, Jenica.
I do have a question, if you can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay, with that as the criteria, I'm just going to ask, so I see the assessor put in for some GIS technology issues, and it was so that they could take a 3D format and take measurements without leaving their vehicle. And I suppose that is to recognize the safety of the individual assessors' employees that are out there, and probably to keep them from interacting with the public, which again is kind of a safety issue. So I'm just kind of curious, as you determined whether they were eligible or not, why that wouldn't have been eligible. I'm not saying I'm not advocating for or against. I just want to know, it looks like it was about the fact that we're faced with this virus issue that brought this on. So how did you come up with they were not eligible? Can you just explain that? And then maybe that'll cover everything else that we cover as well, but I'll have an understanding.
So for each review member, they did go through each application and scored individually before we met as a group. And so we went application by application to discuss together and come to a consensus on if the group felt an application met the criteria or not. And we used that 5-sentence statement, looking at if it was considered necessary, a response to COVID or connected to COVID, and the expense wouldn't exist without COVID or would be for a substantially different purpose. And so with those criteria, the group had made a decision that this would not move forward meeting that criteria.
Okay.
Ty?
Follow-up question on that. So I kind of was questioning that one too, because I heard, I mean, it's easy to point to the 5 questions, but in my opinion, as the board's discussions have shown over the last month or so, there's a lot of flexibility or interpretation in those 5 questions. Those 5 questions are, whether something's necessary, whether it's, what other substantial purpose. So I think there's a matter of interpretation. I felt like I heard that projects might not be scored similarly if there had been a previous request for a similar project or for a similar proposal. That concerned me, to be honest, because I know we have to respond to the crisis, but I'm actually looking, like, money is tight, and I'm actually looking for synergies where there's something that is responsive to the crisis, but maybe when everything's said and done, it serves a longer term need. That's a win-win. That's the fact that there might be multiple reasons for a particular project. We could use that to our advantage. I mean, we certainly don't want to run afoul of the law or have any audit findings or anything like that. But I think that there are projects where, and this assessor's project may be a perfect example of where it's a win-win with a long-term need and a direct COVID-related. I mean, when you talk about buying laptops for people to telework, actually that's one of your categories, right? Tech
for teleworking.
Yeah.
Tech for teleworking. I mean, that's what this assessor's, that's what this technology is about. The equivalent of teleworking for the assessor is to be able to do his work, is for the employee to be able to do his work from the car and not have to interact with the public or go on the property, having a longer than 15-minute interaction. And my understanding was that was going to cut that down by about 17,000 interactions. So to me, it's directly tech for telework. The fact that it might have also been useful for other reasons, other purposes in the past should not disqualify. In fact, it might even be a reason. It might even be a reason to give it a nudge. Frankly, I mean, if you showed me that this grant could allow the building of a courtroom, for example, well, guess what? We've been wanting new courtrooms for the last decade. But if this grant allowed, but we also need courtrooms for COVID. So the fact that there's multiple motives there shouldn't. I would absolutely want to build a new courtroom if I could build it in 3 or 4 months and meet the parameters of the because we absolutely need it for COVID and we absolutely need it for the county. So I guess I'm just wondering about the criteria. If projects were dinged because of having an extra need or a history of making the request, I don't think that that's consistent with what I think how we ought to be going about it. So if you could respond to all of that. Sorry to dump a ton on you.
But before you respond, I would just add, and it's by luck of the draw, the assessor's first on the first on the topic. But this is going to address a whole stack of these as we go through the afternoon. And so the question what I'm hearing is, we're questioning, not we, but the board members are questioning the validity or the work of the crew that did all this assessing and the eligibility of these programs. And so it comes to me as a question is, do I trust the scrutinizing rating group or do I not? If we have a team put together to put forth recommendations to save us heaps of time, my first blush is to support the team and say, yeah, I'm going to support them. They went through the dive, they went through the research, they did this. I don't know if they reached out to each individual office or department to get clarifying questions. So I don't want to just discount what they say. However, this is, again, since Assessor Drew, this is the first one right on the bubble, and there's going to be, I'm sure, a heap of these. And my concern then would be to giving fair process or due process to all the rest of the applicants who say, wow, you guys advocated for this one and this one and this one, but you didn't advocate for us. And I'm saying you guys, I'm talking about the Board of County Commissioners, not the assessing team. So I just wanted to remind my seatmates that we've had qualified, smart people go through all these and comb them through. So looking at the GIS, I firmly support it. I really do support it. And I'm going to put my head in there, do some thought projection into the assessing team. And I'm thinking, well, is it connected to COVID-19? Most likely they may have said no, I don't know. Or question number 5, would it exist without COVID-19? Yeah. But it goes back to what Commissioner Menzer just said about the courtrooms. You know, that needs to exist for quite some time. So anyway, I just want my seatmates to realize we have an extensive team that went through extensively into all these topics, and this is the very first one. It's going to be a long, long day if we're going to pick and choose each one as we go along. That's all I'm suggesting. Go ahead, Ty, and I'll get to you, Gary, if you have something.
I think you're absolutely right, and Gary brought this one up as an example, because I don't want to rethink what the committee did, but I need to know what assumptions went into the committee's work before I can know whether I agree with the lens, so to speak, the glasses that were on the team, right or wrong. So I think it's fair to ask kind of what criteria. I mean, just pointing to the 5 questions isn't necessarily going to give us a full picture of what the considerations were of the committee, so we can sort of weight their recommendations across the board. I understand we can't rethink and re-debate every single proposal, but this is a kind of important sort of predicate of understanding how they went about their task.
I just want Romero, I understand the internal auditor was trying to get into the meeting.
Yeah, he's on. You got in.
Is he? Okay, he's on now?
Yeah.
Okay, so is that Brandon? And so he can answer the question as to eligibility, perhaps?
So, yeah, he can probably answer. And just to keep in mind, commissioners, and I appreciate the thought in terms of what we're trying to do is assemble a team to give you a perspective and a good start in this decision-making process. Because certainly you could go project by project and have every single applicant to make an argument before you as to why those projects are valid. And the team that it was put together to go through this process is not just about, I'm going to use Commissioner Menson's word, digging or not digging project or not. It's really about how the county can survive an audit, state and federal money, because the flexibility and the interpretation of the requirements can pass muster at this point. We can probably make an argument on reimbursement from Commerce, but if 2 years down the road we get an audit finding, the county will be holding the bag to return that investment. And at least from my point of view, that was one of the key elements and one of the key objectives of this team. And if you really go back as to who was involved in the team, it really brings that perspective and skill to avoid that. So I will, and certainly you have the purview to go project by project, and certainly you have the purview to ask every single proponent to come and make an argument before you. And certainly you have the prerogative to assign whatever dollars that you think is adequate. But again, from the staff point of view, we need to make sure that this has a sustainable way to survive an audit.
Okay, so are we going to bring Brandon in or not?
Yeah, Brandon, are you in? Brandon?
Hear me?
We can now.
Great. Well, Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, commissioners. I've got a couple of thoughts, and first off, I agree with what Ramiro is saying as far as making the case. A lot of these questions are not black and white. Commerce intentionally left it up to counties and local governments to make decisions around whether or not something was necessary and connected to the pandemic. I will address the first comment. I know in part of our evaluation, we had talked about projects that had come up in the past. And just because a project came up in the past doesn't have, in my opinion, has no bearing on whether or not that it should be allowed or unallowed. There's a lot of good ideas that that we've come up with throughout the years that potentially can be used to address the current pandemic. The requirements as far as the Treasury guidance is more pertaining to it being in the budget. And so as long as something's not in the budget or for a substantially different purpose, then it would be allowable. One of the nuances that we discovered between, I don't know if discovered is the right word, but we noted between the applications, some of these requests are specifically to get people out of the office so that we've got reduced staffing in the office and giving people the equipment necessary to work from home. The assessor's application was slightly different. We'll see later on that they did have a application for telework, so folks can work remotely. That was approved consistent with all the other telework. This was different because it didn't pertain to telework and it didn't pertain to social distancing in the office. And so part of this comes into a little bit outside of my scope and expertise, but the level of risk associated with somebody being outdoors, what's their ability to maintain a 6-foot distance. And so that was one of the other characteristics from my perspective that was important, because you're not talking enclosed spaces. And then there's a couple other considerations that are a little bit more detailed. One is the ability to procure this in time to have those costs incurred by October 31. And that to me is an open question. I know the assessor indicated that that there was a contract in which they can piggyback on. And so if that's the case, then it potentially could speed up the timeline. But one of my concerns, and I know this is the first time I've spoken at any of your commissioner meetings, but I try to listen in when I can to better understand the lens in which you all view things. And one of the other concerns about this is there is some specific Treasury guidance out there around prepaying expenditures. It used the example of prepaying a 2-year lease, and that would not be allowable because of if it goes outside of your normal purchasing practices. And so there would be some concerns about the prepaid amount of these costs with this purchase. And then the last point that I'll make is there's another Treasury FAQ that addresses rural broadband. So potentially we could come before you with a project that addresses rural broadband, knowing that lots of folks are telecommuting, or think specifically the schools if they have to go remote this year. That's definitely connected to the pandemic. But the guidance really takes kind of a weighting aspect, where if most of the need for that purchase has passed, then there's definitely some concerns around allowability. And so again, there's some open questions around if we're up and running October 31, how much of the pandemic has passed. I know we're talking about a second wave and nobody has a crystal ball. So those are some of the concerns. But to the commissioner's point, I think we can make the argument for this, but I would be concerned. This was one that there was more questions than some of the other straightforward ones. So that's my perspective.
Jenica, did every applicant, internal and external, have an opportunity to meet with the group at all or lobby for their ask?
No, we had a tight turnaround of a week. And so if we needed additional information, there were a few applications in which we reached out for clarification. But yeah, with considering that we had, the way that the process was set up is that we also had people on the review panel recuse themselves from their affiliated applications. And so that was also in play within the dynamics of the review panel.
Okay. And so, hey, Brandon, if you're still there, I hope you're still there. Thank you for that information, good information. But my question is, what if the contract required delivery before the end of October? Would that make it easier to qualify if the deadline was an issue? I hope he's trying to get back in.
He's in. Hey, Brandon, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, could you please repeat the question?
Yeah, I'm wondering if for the purpose of discussion, this was one item we're talking about, the GIS technology. If delivery of the contract is guaranteed before the end of October, so it fits that parameter, does that make any difference in eligibility?
That's a separate question. As far as the criteria we use, we added that additional criteria of October 31. One the most clear direction that I felt like the group received was that we need to make sure we don't leave any money on the table, and so we were cautious of any project that we felt may not fit within the time frame. But as far as any of the Treasury guidance, it's not a requirement. If we don't meet the deadline, the funds can't be, the funds aren't spent and ultimately the funds aren't used. I mean, that's another consideration that regardless, I mean, we could write it into the contract that we don't pay unless the contract's done by October 31. But again, that leaves that up in the air a little bit, but there's no, that's not a federal requirement for allowability.
To answer your question, Commissioner Hutchins, is more, from my perspective, is more about the risk the county would like to incur. Because if for any reason we don't spend those dollars by October 31st, there is really not a consequence to the county other than the state will sweep the money what is left over.
Okay.
And also what is the concern is that perhaps if we don't spend the money and it will have already a contract with a supplier or a vendor that will not be able to get the bills before October 31st, the county will absorb the risk on that contract. So
Okay.
It's more about the risk the county wants to absorb related to the October 31st.
Again, thank you, Brandon. And Gary, you wanted to say something, sir?
No, I do think that Commissioner Menser makes a good point there. I kind of agree with him on that. But there is the uniqueness, even though there might be the need prior to COVID, there's the uniqueness of COVID that makes it a higher priority. But then how do you meet all the other requirements? So I'm pretty well satisfied that the committee covered all these bases with what Brandon has filled in.
So I just want to bring it to the board's attention. We're just about an hour into this, and we're on the first office, and we're on item 1. Time check.
We might want to order dinner, I think.
So let me ask the board. Do you want to continue discussing this item, or do you want to just go ahead and exempt or overrule it, or what would you like to do with this this topic?
Commissioner, how about if you let Jenica finish her presentation?
Okay, Jenica, please. Thank you. That's a good idea.
All right, I'm going to move on to the Excel sheets. You should have these within your packet. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Are you able to see the spreadsheet before me?
Yeah.
Okay. And so this spreadsheet shows the applications bundled into the categories that I presented within the slides. And it's alphabetically ordered by category, but if you look into the category, say like direct response, you will see that within the category, they are ranked by the average score of the application. And so within the direct response category, the drive up test site application was the highest ranking application. And to the side, you'll see the amount by category. And so direct response, all of the applications are totaling $419,106. The average score was 25.8 and the category rank was number 1. And so it follows this structure through the Excel sheet. And if you'd like to break it down in another way, we also have the rank of the applications individually. And so it'll be like, this is rank 1 all the way to 60 of the applications that met the priority criteria. And you will be able to see the description and the department and application number. If you'd like additional information about a specific application, there is the application description spreadsheet that has all of the submitted applications, the title, and a brief synopsis of what was within the application. And so with this additional information, is there somewhere that you would like to start to dig in more?
I am looking for that sheet that you have on the screen. Do I have that in my packet?
Yes, there is the master CRF scoring spreadsheet, which is the one that is on my screen now. And then there is an additional spreadsheet that has the application descriptions.
Do you find it?
I'm down to it now. Yes, I have it.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about you?
I've got it, but it doesn't match what she's showing up there.
The last one.
Yeah, right here.
Well, so these are sorted differently. The application description has the application number. So you'll see 0101, 0201. And what I'm showing you right now is sorted by category. And so we bundled those applications into these higher level categories of direct response, cleaning, communications, physical distancing, and that's how this spreadsheet is sorted.
Okay. Got it.
And so the applications in the description are all of the applications we received, all 78 of them. So we have moved 60 forward for your review, but that description sheet will have a synopsis of all 78.
Hey, Jenica, how about you have that spreadsheet and the commissioners have that spreadsheet. How about you just walk us through quickly what that really means? For instance, what are daily custodial cleaning? Give a brief description of each item so they have an understanding, as opposed to have the board review the spreadsheets.
Sure. So for the cleaning category, we bundled those that were looking at custodial, daily cleaning, facilities cleaning, those items, whether it was hand sanitizer or cleaning the specific area, we bundled all of those together. The next was communications. That's looking at signage and supplies. There was an auditor application for tech at SPSCC that fell under communications. We had one application, so there's only one application with community support, and that is Public Works funds for utilities to go to community members. Direct response, most of those are within emergency management. You see Medic 1. These are going to be in the isolation and quarantine site, a drive-up testing site, transporter overtime. Those are what we defined as direct service. Emerging needs, these are expenses that are expected between now and October 31st, or you can see the future countywide needs is looking to set aside funds for emerging needs that we do not yet know of at the moment. And I believe Robin could provide additional information on that if you were looking for it. After emerging needs, we have physical distancing. This category is preparing for when we're going to be opening. What are the mandatory services that cannot operate in their current spaces? What projects or expenses are going to enable the county to move to phase 3? After physical distancing, we have PPE. And so this is, you have Medic 1 again, Central Services, CPED have asked for funds related to acquiring or storing and distributing PPE. You have staff, which is staff time. An example would be IMT staff support. And then the last one is tech for teleworking. And so this one ranges from the need for laptops for staff to be teleworking from home. We have IT applications that have some requests for changes within IT to be able to support teleworking from home. And those are how we bundled each big category. Commissioner Menser?
Okay,
Go ahead. I can't see you.
my hand keeps disappearing with this virtual document. 2 questions related. One is I'm struggling with why, because you presented it in your initial slideshow as well. Why is it important, like these categories? Why does, I mean, did we say we have to spend so much on cleaning and so much on, I mean, why is that a good way to think about it? I actually like your other spreadsheet here where they're just ranked in order. And then we can see the ones that fell outside and you can see the dollar amount, and because I don't honestly care about which category they fall into. And my second question is, which you kind of alluded to, probably predicted that we'd have questions, but emerging needs, how do we pass an audit finding if we allocate money to something that we don't even know what it is, or that it's even something real? I can't understand why that's okay, but some of these other things are not.
Is Robin in on? I could probably answer that if Robin is not here. So the emerging need is just to set aside for additional expenditures the county will have to do from here until October 31st. Similar to the $2.9 million we have already spent, we're going to have to continue to provide that, and that is the set aside. Is a set aside.
It's a delay. We're just delay. You're saying delay allocation of this little chunk for other stuff that's going to come up.
Right, and that is really, it's just a set aside.
And it may not be, even though it's under central services, it may not. It may end up being somewhere else.
Yeah, because the $2.9 million we have spent is across the county.
But we'd have to allocate. We can't allocate it to emerging needs. We'd have to allocate it at a later point to something very specific.
Right,
That met the criteria.
And so that will take me to, you know, the end of the session that I mentioned to you, the next steps. Although you probably may reach today an allocation of the funds, but it has to be critical that we need to come back to you just about every 3 weeks to give you a report on the rate of expenditures of all those funds. And the rate of expenditure is going to be critical, because if some of those projects are not materializing, then the board has the option to reallocate those funds to somewhere else. So, and that is probably when the million set aside, is really the emerging needs that we need to continue to respond to this. Similar to the $2.9 million that we have spent. And that is, whether you want to leave it $1 million or not, that's really is your purview.
Did I answer your question, Ty?
Yeah, absolutely. It absolutely answered that part of my question.
Gary, did you have a question?
No, I'm good. I'm ready to
So
keep going.
related to the spreadsheet, this is just no magic behind the bundling. You keyed it right on that, Commissioner Messer. There is not a need. It was just a different way to split the information. But
Organize it.
If it's more efficient for the board to go through on a different spreadsheet, the way it's organized, certainly we can certainly do that.
Yes, so I switched over to the other sheet that you had mentioned, Commissioner Menser. And so there's also another sheet which has the same information, but it's just ranked, it's sorted instead by the rank of each application. So you could see towards the bottom which applications had the lowest score. There was a tendency for those to fall within the tech for teleworking category, but you're able to see the individual applications.
Maybe we can use this application.
And so
Yes.
column B has the application number, if you'd like to correspond that with the application description, if you'd like to understand a synopsis of what that application had requested.
So let's go through those and let's start having the board start making some decisions.
I want to get to that sheet that I'm looking at there. Because on a couple of my Excel sheets, it doesn't have the item or the line number. It just starts with column A, and the column A, they're not sequentially enumerated.
Let me walk you there and I'll find
So this
That's very
is the
perfect.
sheet.
Keypad. Okay, I got it.
And the numbers that you see on the side, that was to help with sorting, because when we put them in by application number, having them with a corresponding number allowed me to sort them differently to provide different perspectives on the information.
I think one of the confusing things is our print material does not show column A, B, C, D, and that across there. And I think that's what's confusing about it.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, because the print doesn't show,
Right.
this is just the heading on the application.
Right, it's just kind of, so as long as we know that,
Yeah.
I think that'll be easier.
Mhm. So it goes number, application number, department, description, if it met criteria, the average score, the rank, category, and amount. And so you can also disregard the category column.
Okay, so are we going to go line by line then? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes,
With thumbs up or thumbs down?
yes.
Commissioner Menser?
Real quick, I feel like before we do that, we might want to kind of double back to the initial decision we made about the $1 million set aside for outside. Because if we're all now that, because until this morning we hadn't even seen what the number of requests and the volume was. Now that we've seen that and gotten a flavor for it, if we can commit to the $1 million, that's what we're going to do for the outside request, then that'll help me know how to vote on individual, because I'll know basically that we have the 5.4 million. But given that the EDC asked for a lot more, then I can't really vote on these if my seatmates are gonna like, after we vote and then we find out that actually my seatmates wanted to give or I wanted to give more money to outside interests, they kind of work together. So
Yeah,
it's hard to vote with I don't know how much money is there for the internal interests.
Well, that's an excellent point, because I may want to have that conversation and give more to economic development or more to social services than's on the table, but I don't know what we're working with or we'll have left. So I don't know if Robin has that type of a working sheet that's live and active, and you keep a running total and tell us how much money we have as we go down.
Yeah,
No?
we can build one. Maybe we can take a break for lunch.
That's 11:41. You wanted a break.
So
We're gonna go ahead and break for lunch.
before you break, I think that's an excellent suggestion, Commissioner Messer. And I do have a proposal for you related to the outside needs.
Okay, and I'd like to add one thing before we take that break for lunch. I've heard Commissioner Menser say this, and I agree with him, when we talk about, we should know the whole picture before we pick one or two issues. So I almost think we need to scan this whole thing to know what's coming, unless we wanna go ahead and pick out what's a priority now, because we're gonna be way over the dollar amount, and then come back and review it. I'm trying to figure out a way to do it.
Yeah.
I think you're on target.
Exactly. We know what we're working with. So let's take a break. How long a break do you want? And then we come back and eat.
10 minutes.
Just 10
Or
minutes.
take the
to
break,
grab your
eat, and then
stuff
work.
Come back, yeah.
I don't want to eat in front of the camera. Where'd you go, Romero?
Give us a break.
All right, let's take 20 minutes and we'll be back in 20 minutes. We got a lot to cover.
You better order dinner.
Welcome back. It's still June 12, 2020, and we're resuming the CARES Act funding discussion and decisions. So, Romero, do you want to bring us up to speed?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioners. Before lunch, Commissioner Mesa suggested an approach which I believe is on point. So maybe I can start facilitating your decision-making process. Maybe we can start at this level, high level, and then we'll start coming down. Along the way, I have proposals for you, for your consideration, and we go from there whether you concur or not. So from the top, and Robin is gonna help us start with a tally of the total. So, and again, this is a very high level conversation. So on your screen, you have the $15,724,000 available to us. The first decision that I would like for you to make is to take the $2.9 million that we have already spent and respond to this emergency. That will be the first thing that we need to ask Commerce to reimburse the county for. And I'd like to see some thumbs up, thumbs down, or sideways. I think Commissioner Messer, thumbs up. Commissioner Hutchins, Edwards, thumbs up or not?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so
2.9.
2.9 is agreed. So the next decision that I would like for you to do, to provide direction, is $6.4 million to continue the public health response.
And that's for testing and isolation and quarantine and contact tracers and such, yeah?
All of the
Yeah.
above.
All that, okay.
Actually, 6.4, Robin.
6.4. Obligations the county has to meet.
Okay, do I see one thumbs up, Commissioner Hutchins? Do I see
Yeah.
a thumbs up?
I did.
Got 3 thumbs up, okay. The next is the external contributions to meet external needs. I have a proposal for you for you to consider increasing that investment from $1 million to $1.5 million. And at this point, I'm not suggesting how you should split that between Thurston Strong or United Way or however, but at least that's set aside the $1.5 million for external contributions. That's my proposal for you on that line item.
And at this point, I'm okay with earmarking 1.5 million for basic needs and to get our economy going. But I'm going to reserve my final judge of it until I find out what's left after we go through all the other commitments that the county has with all the offices and departments, if that makes sense.
I second that.
I may reduce it, or I want to reduce it, or I may want to increase it. But I think 1.5 is a great place to start.
Yep. So that will put us on a balance of $4.9 million. If you see the total of the internal requests is $5,479,000.
Oh.
How many, what was that total again?
$5,479,000 for all those projects the team suggested for you to consider funding. So there is now a net of, a gap of $554,000 that shows on the screen.
Yeah.
My suggestion for you to mitigate that is within the internal requests. There is a set aside of $1 million for emerging needs. For you to consider reducing that to $500,000.
500,000.
And that's kind of our holdback money that we know we need to spend by October 31st.
So
Okay.
if, and that's just if, you decide to fund all the internal requests, I think you have met the mark.
So that is meeting all the needs that all the departments and offices have, but taking out that 1 million for emerging needs and reducing it down.
Yeah, to 500,000.
I have a presentation I'd like to add, I mean, a suggestion, I guess.
Certainly.
I do not think we ought to just arbitrarily grant every request that's here.
I'm not saying that.
No, I know you're not, but if we're going to pick a dollar amount or a percentage amount to address these, I would just say maybe do 75% of what's been designated as the need here and keep the other aside in that potential emergency fund, I guess, rather than give it all at this point in time. I'm not saying the need isn't there, I just don't know 100%, and I don't wanna be caught short. As we get a little closer towards midsummer, we'll know what we're really gonna need. And so that's kind of where we can make a release of that funding at that point in time. I don't think we ought to all give it all up right now.
That's part of this this meeting, I believe.
Yep,
And
that's right.
just to, I had a talk with Robin during lunch, and the HEROES Act, or the HEROES Fund at the national level is still, I think it's dead at this time. I don't know if they're still arguing or arm wrestling over that, but it's not looking good so far. And the 240 million that's still in reserve, that revenue kept, they haven't dispersed yet to the counties.
Yeah, maybe I can, for the public's benefit,
Mm-hmm.
there was as part of the CARES Act, there was a $500 million that needed to be distributed to counties. For those counties who had a 500,000 threshold population or less. That distribution was going through the OFM, the Office of Financial Management from the state, through Commerce. So the state did a distribution based on per capita basis to counties, only $300 million, and that's the result of we receiving $15.7 million. There is left from that assignment of $240 million. The OFM needs to make a decision, as you know, and I think the commissioners are tracking on this. The Washington State Association of Counties are continuing to ask the question as to why that money has not been distributed to counties as the initial purpose and the intended purpose was of the CARES Act. So that is still, as part of that, it could come to the counties, it could come additional money to the county, but at this point, that decision has not been made by OFM.
So we, as a county, and like Romero said, in partnership with the Washington Association of Counties, have been knocking on the door of the state government asking, why did you do this? And please release the funds that are supposed to be distributed to the counties. And no one seems to be having an answer as to why or when. It's exceedingly frustrating because it's designed to help the counties, not to sit in a state bank. Drives me nuts. So anyway, we don't know when that's going to come or how much will come of that money or when. So with that, I'm ready to proceed with what we're discussing here. Do you want to go line by line, or I guess Commissioner Edwards, you proffered just to do a 75% allocation?
Well, only because we don't know what's coming, and that'll get them through their ability possibly to order. We can review sooner, but once we give it up, then we have a hard time pulling back on something. I'm just figuring that almost every request in here is going to have the potential of still solving a problem if we gave them 35% or 75% of what they asked for. We're still gonna be headed in the right direction. I just don't feel comfortable giving it all up at this point. I don't see why we need to do that.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So let me see if I understand the proposal, to verbalize the proposal that you have. So what you're suggesting is out of each request that we have in here, specific dollar amounts, they reduce those requests to by 25%
Yes, sir.
across the other requests,
Mhm.
as opposed to eliminate specific projects.
That's right.
Okay.
That's, I was just trying it'll be expedient to do that. I think
Commissioner Mentor?
we still might.
So that's a proposal for the board.
Commissioner Mentor, your thoughts?
Is there a reason why reduce emerging needs says 530? I thought you said 500.
So the total amount in Jenica's presentation for emerging needs in that particular bucket, I think is 530 or 1,030,000. And Romero's suggesting to reduce it to 500,000. That was my understanding, but I can certainly change it.
I think it was the million to 500. I don't think he was touching the emergency management piece.
Yeah, that was my proposal, was out of the 1,500,000.
Okay.
Because that'll create a larger shortfall. I just want that to be clear.
There will.
Yes.
And
it
then my thoughts on Commissioner Edwards' proposal. I understand it, but, and I actually asked Ramiro about this at lunch, like sometimes when you do these scoring systems, there's projects that can go forward at less than full funding and some that can't. And I think that Commissioner Edwards is probably right that most of these can, but I'm looking at a few. I was just quickly trying to cross-reference ones and see if there are ones that wouldn't be able to. The one that caught my eye, for example, was IT implement Duo system, trying to get dual factor authentication for all county workstations and renewal for 250 licenses. I mean, some of these things, well, just because the assessor, we had discussed that one, just like that one is one where you have to fully fund it or it's not going to happen. So I'm nervous about saying, okay, 75% across the board when if a quarter of the projects then can't actually happen. If we reduce the funding. So I get the motivation, but I'm afraid we're going to have to be a little more targeted than that. That's just my initial thoughts.
Okay, and
Okay.
let me just explain. I like the idea for expediency as well, Gary. Yeah, I was concerned with the equitable, or the equity of just a flat right across the board taking 25% off, because some might easily do a 30% perhaps, and others might only need, we might only get like 10 or 15%, but we have to be strategic with how we do this, is my thought, and then see how we fare at the end.
Could I comment on that?
Sure. Oh, certainly, yeah.
I guess where I'm coming from here, as much as anything, is that the county commission oversees over $200 million of the $300 million that we're dealing with, basically, as a county budget. Just kind of across, those are rough figures. I think it's 220 or something maybe on what we really oversee through different departments. So I have no problem with allowing the county manager to determine which one of those needs, as an example, the one pointed out by Commissioner Menser, would be an example for sure of, they couldn't do it with 75% because they wouldn't be able to make their acquisition, for an example. So because the county manager does oversee basically all of these departments, I have no problem with that. I guess where I do have a problem is having the county manager have that same oversight on an individual elected office. I do think if we've got individual elected offices that have issues like we're referring to with the individual departments, I would entertain their reason why they needed the full amount dedicated at this point in time. I'm just hesitant to give it all up all at one time, but I don't mind giving the county manager the authority to deal with the county departments. And then maybe us as fellow elected officials with the other elected offices could review those few. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Commissioner Menser, any thoughts on that? Splitting it out that way?
So that would, if we held back, so I just want to see if I got the numbers right. Holding back a 25% of the 5.4, is that right? No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5.4. Give us another million and a. So instead of having 500,000 for emerging needs, we'd be holding back like 1.75 million.
I believe that's right. And for me, a big piece of this is we got a request from the EDC and the chamber to give up 25% of the original award of the, say, 15 million. So that was their request. I'm not saying we're going to be able to do that because we had all these other issues for public health that had to be addressed. There was no two ways around that. But I'm not sure that I agree that the 1.5 set aside for either the United Way issue and the EDC issue is adequate. I'm just not sure. I don't know. We haven't discussed that a lot, but I want to invest dollars that are going to give us the best return. That's my personal preference. I don't know where my seatmates are on that, but so with the EDC, for an example, the claim with most EDCs, you put $1 into the community, you get 20 back. Well, that's a pretty good investment. Now, if we hand out food, granted, it's needed, no two ways about it, but we're not going to get anything back for that. So that's kind of my argument there on why I want to hold back on the total award. I respect the committee's dedication on putting this together, and I think Jenica did a heck of a job in a short period of time here to help us get through this very complicated issue. But I hesitate giving it all away and committing it all at one time. So
Jenica Machado is one of our best hires in some time, and so with all the intensive work I have in front of me, the product. But I've said earlier that I want to invest in the business community and get the economic economy back in this county up and running again, get people back to work. And coming with that, with the Thurston Strong, is not only that investment, but with job sourcing, daycare needs and such, which is paramount as well. And United Way, of course, the social services and the community foundation are going to feed people and help with rental assistance and such. So I do want to invest in that as heavily as we can. But my question is going back to what you were proposing, Commissioner Edwards, and that is delegating the county manager to go through the different offices, but as for departments, whether electeds, that would be the job of the commission. Is that what you were asking a little bit ago?
Yes.
So I'm asking Commissioner Menser, are you comfortable with that or not? I'm not going to ask Romero if he's comfortable. It just adds a ton to his work.
Yeah, it does. I know that.
Ramirez is not comfortable.
Not comfortable?
No, because and this is really a decision the board needs to take. And I appreciate Commissioner Edwards' trust in that in my mind. I really appreciate that. But I think it's worth for you to understand those projects a little more in detail for you to make that decision.
Okay, so let's get working then. We're 2 hours into this now, and we haven't quite really begun into the meat of it.
And at this point, you know, is you have all the numbers in here. I mean, we go line item by line item. If you have any questions, and then you can probably start making decisions whether you like to invest 100% of the request or less.
Okay,
And then we'll keep a tally of the savings in whatever that is, and Jenica can start keeping a tally as to what the allocation is if it's less than requested.
Okay, I think that's a good idea, but can we agree that maybe we don't need to give up the 100% of the request immediately, unless it's obvious that they need that whole amount, like Commissioner Menser brought up?
well, we're gonna go line by line and choose.
Yeah, but I mean, Jenica could at least give us a dollar amount or keep track. I wanna make sure that we get that right. At
Well,
least
we'll
with
be
the departments.
They'll be keeping track.
Suggestion?
Yeah,
I understand. Suggestion maybe go line item by line item with the understand that you will not be awarding the entire amount, requested amount. And after you go through that, then we'll see how much money you have saved. to set aside.
Okay.
so who's
Okay.
gonna walk us through this? Jenica,
Let's go.
you gonna walk us through it,
You're muted.
Jenica?
You're muted.
Oh, sorry about that. So I can share my screen again, if that works with Robin.
And Robin can keep a tally of the savings only.
So I will keep a tally going based on what you approved. You just won't be able to see it if Jenica shares her screen.
That's
We'll
fine.
check in with you.
I can walk you through it verbally if we're all looking at the sheet.
Yeah,
If
let's
Robin
go
wants to
with
keep
this.
this
The sheet that has the green, the met criteria, yes, that one.
Mhm.
There we go.
Let's work on that one, okay?
Okay, so we have, sorry, let me pull up my descriptions. We have item 1, which is the CPED IMT staff support. So this is application 0506. And this is staff time for CPED team members providing support to IMT. And this is going to be $34,100 was the asked amount.
And I'm okay with 75% of that.
How about if we go round numbers? Because 75% is gonna, suggestion, if that is, allocate 25,000 for that?
That's fine. I don't care. I'm trying to keep it simple. Somebody can put 75% on the total amount, I guess, too.
Well, I don't want to short the topics. I don't know what IMT staff support, what that exactly means.
That's the EOC, stuff that goes to the EOC. it provides
Okay.
support.
Ty, you have any thoughts?
The IMC, the IMT, this would be to pay for their time because we don't have any other funding source unless you'd like to charge it to general fund to pay for the time of staff who are at the IMT.
Hopefully, this whole incident is gonna start winding down at some point prior to October 31st.
All right.
Are you suggesting reducing it to 30,000?
I wanna do 75%. County manager made a suggestion, and I'm not opposed to it.
25,000, that's in my mind.
Ty, thumbs up, 25,000?
That's fine.
So
Thumbs
part
up.
of what I would recommend is if the board is going to put a cap on the amount of staff time that can be spent at the IMT, to make that clear to the department so they stop sending people when they hit the cap.
I think they ought to back down a little bit as we go along, not wait until they come up against a deadline-specific issue. Try to do the best job we can with the least dollar expenditure is what I'm always trying to
I agree.
strive
Just letting you know the other half of your decision.
for. Well, that's where the county
Okay.
manager comes in. He oversees this.
So the next is central services, custodial.
Custodial. So that is application 0301, custodial services needed on campus during normal hours to clean touch points. And this is different from their usual evening hours that are scheduled. And this item is for 34,000, I'm sorry, 150,000.
Okay.
And this is just this campus, or how many buildings? Is it 6 buildings or 5
This-
buildings?
Countywide, this is
Countywide.
all of the county buildings, and this is a requirement for the county to be in phase 3.
Yep, I'm up with that.
Yeah, but here's a downside of that. The CDC put out a message about 2 weeks ago that said surfaces were
Thumbs up, Ty.
not near the problem they were originally anticipated.
I'd like to fully fund,
Okay, are you gonna fully fund, Ty? Thumbs up or down?
Yeah,
fully fund.
Okay, that passes.
Okay, I
Okay.
guess I'm outvoted on that.
Yeah, but I can't, we don't have time to get into getting between the WHO and the CDC and such,
I'll stay here until midnight. It's okay with me.
okay? Next, emergency management.
Emergency management, so this is the test up, the drive up test site. This is application 1306, contract costs for the Providence drive up site for May 4th to June 20th that has not yet been billed. Contract services include security costs and professional services.
Thumbs up for me.
And that's the full amount rather than 75%?
Yes, 45,000 would be the full amount. Are you interested in reducing funding for the test site?
I am. I want it. I want 75% of it.
No, I'm not.
So just to be clear, this request is not to provide testing. This is to provide security to the test site,
And I think it's overblown.
okay? No, this is actual expenditures, what we have been paying.
I know.
Is it something that is going on right now?
Yes,
When you talk about security, what, we're gonna have an armed robbery up there?
Hang on, Gary. What are we doing right now with drive-up test site security?
there is an individual who directs traffic at the beginning, an individual who provides guard to all the testing kits, and that is costing.
So it's an expense we've been incurring.
Yes, sir.
I'm still in favor of 25% of it. All of this is inflated in my estimation.
Okay, I'm gonna give a thumbs up to that,
I guess.
especially in light of
You're a thumbs up
security.
to how much, Commissioner Hutchinson?
45,000, the full amount.
45,000. And Commissioner Mentor?
Yeah, well, I just want to say, as I'm seeing the list, and this is consistent with Jenica's description of the criteria, the higher ranking proposals are ones that are more connected to the direct response. I'm sure they got a higher point total. So I may be willing to go with Commissioner Edwards 75% as we get kind of halfway through, but the top ones seem to be direct COVID-19 response. So I'm going to go full funding on these top items. So that's the 45,000 for number 3.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jenica?
Okay, the next item is application 0304 for PPE in central services.
Jenica, you don't need to label the number of the application. Just
Okay, sorry.
follow the description.
All right, so this one is PPE provided by central services to all offices, departments, and will coordinate with the ECC. This is for 350,000.
And this is just internal to Thurston, our government, not to the hospitals and first responders throughout the county.
This helps us get to phase 3, if I'm not correct, if I'm not
That is
mistaken.
correct. We need to build that infrastructure.
I get that, but this is the PPE for internal county.
All those requests are internal, Commissioner.
Okay, good, thank you. Fully fund. Gary?
No, I'm 75% on that.
Okay. Isolation and quarantine.
Isolation quarantine project represents contract costs for the isolation and quarantine site for April 2020 to June 2020. The hotel has not billed yet. And so it falls within our June to October timeframe.
Okay, I'd say fully funded, isolation and quarantine.
I don't think we've used much on that isolation and quarantine line item. That's again, another blown out of proportion issue that we're dealing with here. The same way that the hospitals and no emergent surgeries and all that, it was all malarkey. So I'm going for 75% on that.
Commissioner Menser, go ahead.
Just want to clarify that I think Ramiro had said that earlier that we're going to be revisiting these expenditures like every 3 weeks, and if they're not being expended and we don't need them, we could sweep them toward the assessor's project, toward other needs, et cetera, et cetera. We're not going to just be throwing that money into a black hole and it's going to be gone if it's not properly spent. We're going to keep tracking it. Am I right about that?
That is absolutely correct, Commissioner, and we'll come back to you and give you a rate of expenditure every 3 weeks.
Okay. So isolation and quarantine, I'm saying 100%. Did you say a thumbs up already?
Yes.
Or down? Okay. Up. For the full amount.
Yep.
Interpreter.
Funding for 6 courtroom monitors for video applications and audio components for use by court participants to appear remotely or in person and with social distancing for $38,503.08.
Okay.
75% from me.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get the interpreter and audio equipment connection with physical distancing. Can you explain that?
Well, I mean, court interpreters are typically whispering in the ears of their, I mean, I don't even, this is to allow them to actually be able to communicate without having to be in each other's face, like
Okay.
in 2 inches, which is how it usually is.
Okay.
We've got very few court cases coming up that are gonna be dealt with during this time period.
Well, if that's the case, I don't want to go against anybody with disabilities that needs, because that could be signing, you can do that from a distance. But I don't want to, yeah, I fully fund it. The court's demonstrated the need.
No?
I can't, would you up or down, Ty, or halfway?
I'm up.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm going to turn off this background because it's messing up my thumb.
Isn't that your thumb?
The all critical thumb. Okay. There, that's better.
Perfect.
Go ahead, Jenica, extra help.
Then extra help for temporary staff, emergency management, anticipated costs for extra help in the ECC, extra positions such as operations section chief, planning section chief, and the ECC would not be able to effectively operate without adequate support. This is for the amount of $66,976.
Now, this is for anticipated costs for 7 staff. Now, this one I could actually see is 75%.
Okay, let's do it.
Well, let's see what, I've got to have Commissioner Menser weigh in.
I'm okay with you on that, with you guys.
Okay.
All right, and the next one is jury space. Acquisition of adequate space to hold jury trials in an appropriately socially distanced manner includes purchase or rental of space, remodel, trial courtroom, and jury deliberation room. Current courthouse does not include spaces large enough to accommodate jurors for assembly. I actually am not familiar with this word. If Commissioner Menser can help me, voir dire?
Voir dire.
All right, thank you. Seating for trial or delivery or jury deliberations.
430,000, you said.
430,000.
Yes.
So is that actually rent a space or get a building and convert it?
It includes purchase or rental of space.
Boy, I think that's a definite 75%. we're not gonna have all these trials and things going on.
Yeah, that's a fair chunk. And now we're looking at other counties, like I think Pierce is going away from looking at renting or buying a building and just getting some type of a different space, not for trials, but just for jury assembly and such. But I'm not sure that would work here. In talking with Judge Price, he wasn't sure that would be logistically sound with people traveling back and forth. Well, I don't know. I would be okay with 75% on that one.
Good.
Wait, Commissioner Menzer?
I mean, I think this one is really speculative. I mean, I'm not questioning the good faith of the person that put the number together. It could cost a lot more than that, or it could cost less. I think this one is really hard to pin down. So I guess I'm going to vote to just keep it where it is, and then the real cost will come through and we can make that adjustment at a later point.
Okay, well, I'm going to say I'll agree with Gary with the 75%, and then when we check back every 3 weeks, in 6 weeks' time, we may alter this.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The next one is courtroom video capability, installation of video conference system in courtroom. One, to maintain social distancing and fulfill a mandate to provide public access to court proceedings for $26,606.
I'm a thumbs up.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so the next is civil department renovation. Replacement of large window reconstructed with a half wall and plexiglass customer service window for civil clerks and customers to do business. And this one,
75%.
And this is for our staff as well.
mhm.
So I give it a thumbs up. Full funding. Ty?
This is going to be, they have to knock a wall down or something? Is that what's going on here?
I can explain this. If you walk into building 3 and you look to the right, kind of towards, I understand that probation is there now. We're moving probation down to the old jail area. And in that area, they're going to put some type of a check-in. They're going to remove the door and put in a whole new section that creates a customer service counter, so clients never have to enter the area. So it is a minor construction project.
Okay.
And 40,000 is.
So in other words, they couldn't do the.
Hang on, Gary. Robin, what'd you say? In other words, what?
I was just going to say $40,000 for this construction project is a reasonable estimate.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Edwards.
No, I guess if this might be one of those that they can't do the project at all without the full amount.
That's right.
Okay,
Thumbs up?
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. TRPC contract. Contract amount for professional services for isolation and quarantine planning. The costs have not yet been billed. Services provided include planning management, stakeholder communication, research, and plan development for $23,397.
I don't understand.
I don't.
TRPC is doing that work for us?
They've already done the work and we have not paid them yet. We have the contract.
But we don't even know how much it is?
No, we know how much the contract is and how much we owe them. We've not been billed yet.
Is that not part of the 2.9 reimbursement? Oh, we haven't paid them yet. Okay, so it's not reimbursable.
Right.
Got it. Okay. Thumbs up for me.
No. 75% for me.
And where would this come from, Robin? Then if we didn't get it all out of this 23,300?
We would have to pay for the services we've already received and the balance would come from the general fund.
Okay, so I would fully fund it. Ty?
Fully funded.
Okay.
The next is jail admin renovations. Need to move probation department and mental health vets court department into the old jail area. Funds cover renovations required to do so for $28,000.
And this is
Wow.
underway.
And
Underway.
the project is underway.
Okay.
And the goal, like, remind me, this rings a bell, but remind me of the goal of moving probation out of building, the second floor of building 3 or first floor.
We need to appropriately social distance the staff and create a separation between them and the people who are coming to see them, the clients. So we are going to put them in the visitation area, the old jail, but there is no wiring that currently works for those staff to be able to connect to our network. There's no phones in the old video booths or the visitation booths. So it's mainly for wiring, cleaning, communication.
I'm gonna comment on that.
And they're bringing their own furniture with them. And we have to purchase a excuse me, a metal detector for when people walk into the area.
When it comes to the wiring issue, I was there when that area was built, and the wiring is in place in the walls, just unhooked. So the wiring is already there, so.
The cabling that's currently there, we checked with IT, and they say that the cabling there is so old that it does not support our current systems. We need new wiring.
Okay,
So I'm a thumbs up
yeah,
with 28,000.
yeah.
Okay.
Right. Off-site courtroom and jury pool. Superior Court is not able to resume jury selection or jury trials while practicing social distancing because of space constraints. Court and county stakeholders are reviewing potential sites for leasing options. This is at $1,481,834.31.
I think that dollar amount is based on if they go back into full service. I would opt to do 50% of that, because I don't think they're ever gonna use that money.
Well, I'm not in favor of the full amount, but let me hear from Commissioner Menzer.
Well, I hear what you're saying. I just think that if they use it once, I mean, it is what it is. Like it's not like you can do, if they use it once, then the cost is needed to allow them to use it once. So they either, I'm not sure how you carve this up. I think that if it doesn't, what I think is true is that it's just very speculative, since I haven't heard a specific proof. It's speculative exactly how much will be needed, because we don't know where they're going to go and what kind of renovation would be needed. So I would just like to see, my ears are going to be up to see if this money's not spent, that we repurpose it to something more useful, or some of the other projects that we have. But at this point, I'm for funding it.
Yeah, and I would do a 75% and keep assessing it every 3 weeks. See where we are, and see when the state releases the chokehold on that other $240 million that's due the counties. So I would do 75%. You want it full, and
No,
Gary, you want 50%?
Well, no, I'll go 75 with you to get it done with. Let's get it going, because we're gonna follow up every 3 weeks, and we will be able to do just what Commissioner Menzer mentioned. We repurpose it if we need to.
Isolation quarantine meals.
Contract costs for meals provided to the guests of the isolation and quarantine site for April to June. Costs have not been billed yet.
So that 10,000, is it it's already, you say it has not been billed or has been?
It has not been billed yet. The services were April to June.
Oh,
Is that pretty close to exact cost?
yeah, it's service rendered already.
Okay, I'm for it.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you
The
say,
next-
I'm sorry, Ty, did you say yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I didn't want to look in.
So the next is signage and supplies. Includes installation of signage on exterior of buildings to comply with phase 3 directives. This is from Central Services.
And this is to recover the cost, because as you may notice, we already have the signs up.
That really cost $75,000?
Wow.
Those are nice signs.
Boy.
You know, and that is a good price because Public Works produced those signs.
Okay,
Thumbs up.
I guess we gotta pay for it.
HPU.
Medic 1 high probability unit is an ambulance designated to respond and provide EMS medical care and transport for COVID specific patient populations. And that is at 216,000.
And is that another thing? We can't buy it if we don't fund it. Is that it? So we gotta do the whole thing? I don't hear anything on that, so I guess I'm gonna go for it.
I don't know. High probability unit. Is this something we're already doing?
I don't believe
That's
so.
it.
Anyone?
I think
I don't know.
that Kurt has arranged for a contract for the high probability unit.
Because you said on the Medic 1, you haven't
It's
here.
my understanding that this is the EMT unit that would be dispatched if we knew it was COVID.
Mhm.
So is that, it's contracts? Okay.
I think it's individual contracts. I happened to observe a transfer of a patient from Lacey PD to the ambulance system this morning. So I know it's actually taking place, but how often it's taken place, I don't know. So, okay, how about this? How about 75% for that because it is contracts? And we can always look at it.
I don't think that we only pay when they're dispatched. I think we have to pay to have it.
Available?
On standby.
That's what we,
Commissioners, the staff is listening, and I just got a message from Kurt that this amount could be reduced to 75%.
okay.
Done. I'm sorry, Ty?
Yes.
I'm there. I'm there.
PPE supply fire agency support. So anticipated PPE support of 12 fire agencies and safety supplies for Medic 1 office. Fire agencies anticipate a second wave and will not be prepared.
Now, I keep hearing that everywhere consistently, the second wave.
I still think 75% on that. I think 75% is gonna be adequate.
Commissioner Mentor?
I'm going to agree with Gary on that.
Okay, 75% it is.
He's so excited the Commissioner Mensah agreed with
Do you need a minute? All right, here we go, Danica.
So PPE supply replacement. This is anticipated cost to replace the PPE that Medic 1 had in inventory pre-COVID. In order to meet the fire agency needs, it is important to have inventory on hand, allows county to provide to fire agencies in a timely manner.
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that too. I wanna protect our fire folks.
That fully funded, that one?
Yeah,
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, we should be able to replace our supply, our pre-COVID supply.
You bet. Okay, go ahead.
Audio visual solution system. So this is requesting 4 systems for audio visual system to allow for remote access to court hearings with less exposure to the public.
I'm gonna defer to Commissioner Mensah on that.
Yeah, I kind of know where I am, but I want to hear what he has to say.
There's another note here. I'm just curious. I mean, there really isn't enough information for me to know. I know they need upgrades, but I don't know where these systems are going to go. It says currently in budget for audio only at FJC. This adds video components so we can conduct remote hearings. Does this have to do with FJC? Do you know? Does anybody know more about?
I don't think it's FGC. I think it's the everything else, I think.
Which would include, no, it wouldn't include, ITA?
I don't have the answer to that.
I could pull up the individual application.
We have the stack here. I can.
It's about right in the middle, somewhere down there. It's 11.01. Number 56.
Superior Court, okay. Justice, audio visual. 4 systems, $45,000 each. The note says, court has had to postpone hearings. Once the court is able to open partially and fully, social distancing will be challenging given all the court's participants. Audio and visual equipment enhancements allow for remote access to court hearings with less exposure to the public. This equipment software solution, coupled with the court's other requests, helps mitigate the exposure and spread of the virus to the public and our employees.
Employees, yeah.
I mean, I understand conceptually. I don't know exactly where they're going to go, but I'll support this because I know Superior Court had less than District Court even in terms of its capacity.
So 100% on this?
I recommend, yeah.
Yeah, thumbs up.
Okay.
All right, staffing costs for public works, payroll support activities, staff time to track and review time-coded leave programs and clean up prior payroll coding. Admin activities like staff time for additional office cleaning, road operation activities, staff time tracking equipment use and scheduling use.
Cost of
And that's all.
living.
That's COVID related?
Yep.
Cost of doing business?
Yeah, I'd do that if it was all for rumble strips.
I thought it was for buying bricks.
All right, I say, I give a thumbs up.
How about you?
I'm good.
I'm good for 100%. Is that one done?
Yeah.
Okay.
Laptop pool remote for remote workers in IT is the procurement of 20 laptops to create a pool of available resources for urgent requests for telework.
I think it's important that we adapt to that.
We're gonna have to, and even though we may be opening up in a week or two or a couple of weeks, we're still gonna have quite a few employees telecommuting as well.
Commissioner, even if we open the county, it is imperative for us to continue to telework, for us to continue to practice
Social
social
distance.
distancing here.
So I'm okay with that, 100%.
Okay. Election barriers. The department is moving current voter registration to SPSCC. Barriers will help in traffic control.
That's elections, and we're gonna have some real challenges with elections, so.
Thumbs up,
Okay.
100%.
All right, so the next is transporter overtime. Central Services will be transporting COVID samples, and this may occur outside of normal business hours.
I don't know.
This is speculative then, because it's gonna be overtime, but it may be.
No, that survey has already occurred and is occurring.
And what's that 10,000 cover?
Robin? Robin?
Thought
There
I'd
you
done
go.
that. So it's the cost for staff and they're using facility staff because they already are assigned county-owned vehicles to drive the test samples that need to be expedited to labs either here in Thurston County or in King County, depending on where the lab capacity is. And we've already had staff making those trips.
So it's a cost already incurred.
Requirement of phase 3.
Okay. But we haven't paid it yet.
It hasn't hit Munis yet, but it will in future pay cycles.
So any of the stuff we're looking at today, right now, Robin, are not gonna be part of that 2.8 for reimbursement, 2.9 for reimbursement?
Correct. The 2.9 million took us through March 31st.
Okay,
And the direction that we gave to offices and departments is any cost June 1st or after needed to come in this application process.
okay, then I won't ask again, but maybe once more. Thank you. So for the transport overtime, I'm okay, 100%.
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay. The next is auditor for PPE, cloth and paper masks, face shields. Elections can have up to 100 regular and extra help employees working during the August primary. Some duties may require being within 6 feet.
I'd like to comment that Central Services is making quite a purchase there. Position number 4, it's category 4 already, so I don't know that we need that full amount there.
I had a similar question about this because there seems to be multiple PPE, and
Yeah.
are they all coordinated and additional to each other?
So these were not dang.
You're muted, Robin.
I'm not sure whether or not now I'm not. So these requests, you see multiple requests for PPE. They were not coordinated. The review committee put them all forward with the thought that you may want to bundle them. And if you only fund the one for central services, then we will continue to be the buyer for the entire county.
And I recommend we have central purchasing like that.
Yeah,
I agree.
I agree with that. That makes sense to me.
I'm down.
Okay.
So 0 to that.
0 to that.
Okay, vulnerability management with IT. The system would provide a scanning and patching tool that will regularly check each workstation attached to the county network, whether remote or on site.
I think we have to do it, I think.
Yeah, that's a must.
So,
Thumbs up?
Yep.
For full?
yep.
Okay, emergency management office supplies. Anticipated costs for supplies for the operation of the ECC.
Boy.
This says emerging needs category. So we're guessing, but a lot of these are emerging needs. So how can office supplies be? I don't know. This was confusing.
I'm good for 50%.
This request from emergency management are for items that they have not thought about yet that they might need in the future.
Okay, well, I'll go 50% with Hutch for the sake of let's get it.
Well, I was going to say this could be part of the $500,000 that you've set aside.
Okay, that's even better.
Suggested to eliminate that. Yeah.
Okay, that's better. Good.
So gone, okay.
Okay. Public Works Utilities Bill Assistance Fund. So this fund is to provide for a bill assistance program for water and
Yeah,
sewer
any
utilities
claims?
customers.
Any claims yet?
So this is a recent mandate by the governor. They will need to set aside a fund to provide assistance to those individuals who cannot pay their utility bills.
And if we don't spend it, we can repurpose it, is that right?
That's correct. But we need to set aside this fund.
Okay,
I'm okay with that, 100%.
yep, okay.
The next is Northwest Infrastructure. So IT, and it's to improve reliability and accessibility for county network infrastructure, incorporates redundant internet circuits at multiple facilities.
I don't know anything about this.
It's IT,
Don't either.
it's IT security.
Okay. Okay.
This will, okay, I see one thumbs up.
Yeah, I think you got them all. I don't know, Ty didn't, maybe I didn't see Ty.
I don't understand it, so I'm trying to read it and process it. I don't know
Okay.
what it's about.
Because we have, and Jenna could chime in if I get this one wrong, but it's my understanding that we will have so many people offsite teleworking that we need to improve our ability to have them in the system securely. So it sets up a redundancy and an ability for secure connection to the networks.
I think it's a hack prevention tool, isn't it?
Cybersecurity is super important, so I guess I will support this.
Do you have anything to add, Jenica, to that?
My understanding of how those work are limited, so I can't say that I can add to that.
Okay. Well, yeah, you can't, especially with the aggressiveness of the hackers now.
Yeah. Which we've experienced.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, so laptop for in custody communication. This is juvenile detention facility is restricting access to visitors and is requesting 2 laptops and docking stations for visitation for parents and meeting with other professionals.
I'm
I'm
okay.
okay with that.
So just a question. I mean, if we get to phase 3, is it, I mean, visitation can happen through a glass or they can happen, 6 feet apart. I mean, it'd be surprising to me that kids would be forced to meet with their parents over a computer.
That is our understanding of the proposal.
Yeah, and I can't answer
They
anything more.
can't have, they're not bringing people in for in-person visitation at this time.
I guess it's getting through the security and all the rigmarole of getting someone into the facility is probably what it's about.
And yeah, trying to protect staff and everybody.
I think I can't support this. The kids need to have contact with their parents. I don't care about COVID-19.
Okay, well, I support it only because it's an added. I don't think it's mandatory or in place of. Is it in place of or just in addition to supplement visitation? Do we know?
I believe it's up to the court to make that determination when the time comes. If a parent wants in-person custody or in-person visitation, I believe the court could order that.
Or it could be the parent or guardian has COVID. Maybe that's the only way I don't know. I can't think of every circumstance where it might be used.
Maybe maybe you're right, Hutch. Maybe it's to enhance extra visits and stuff like that. I mean, I'm just worried about if it's a COVID connection, if it's necessary, like using our 5 criteria, if this is necessary to allow visitation to happen, that's not how I want visitation to be happening.
Yeah.
I think there's a way around that so that there can be, especially in the near future, hopefully we're going to be in phase 3 and there's going to be a relaxing of that.
Yeah, and I'm just choosing to think it's enhancing what they have and looking at the bigger scheme of things, it's still $3,200. So I'm okay. I'm going to trust the people that put this application forth, probably Mike or someone.
So we have a 2 thumbs up on this?
No, I think I'm thumbs up on it. I don't know where Ty is.
Okay.
He's against it, maybe.
Go ahead, Jenica.
Okay, additional security for Superior Court. This is funding 1 FTE court security officer. I believe that this one was for physical distancing. They would open another door in the building and requested another FTE security officer to help with the new flow.
So this is an FTE.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my concern here is that we already did over $1 million for Superior Court for jury and such right there for physical distancing. So I'm wondering if we need to do that full 43.
So this is the cost of a security officer through the end of October in Building 2. We're creating
One way in, one way out.
one-way direction through Building 2, so people will enter where the current security guard is, and they will exit at the other end of the hallway that is currently only used by staff. So we would purchase a metal detector and put a security guard at the what we would mainly use as an exit, but we need the security there to ensure no one would start coming in that way.
This is not one of those things mandated by the government, though, by the state, is it?
This is to attempt appropriate social distancing in a narrow hallway.
Okay. Good grief.
I guess that is a deficiency of our existing complex. Yeah,
Right.
I'm okay with it.
We coordinated with Dr. Yu on some of this.
Okay.
Stuff.
Robin, is it implicit when we approve this that when this person gets hired, they're going to be hired for 1 year or a time limit, and there's no expectation that we just have more security now forever?
Yes,
No.
we will put end dates on these positions.
It's
Yeah.
an end.
Would it be at the end of October?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, we will probably need them to last a little longer than that. And part of the conversation that we need to have with all of you is how are we going to pay for operational costs after October 31st?
All right. All right, go ahead, Jennifer.
Equipment upgrades, emergency management represents anticipated costs for upgrading the audio-visual equipment in the ECC. The ECC has experienced problems with current equipment, having to hire out for repair service. Should an emergency occur, the equipment may be inoperable.
This is COVID-19 related?
I don't believe so. This is perhaps the older equipment that is not necessarily related to the COVID-19.
This seems like risky to me based on kind of stuff Brandon was talking about.
I agree.
Okay, looks like we're done.
No? Okay.
So daily custodial cleaning with the auditor, custodial cleaning of all areas of the elections ballot processing center.
And how that relates to the 150 for custodial?
So this is a leased space, and they have a separate custodial. It's not provided under our current custodial contract.
Okay.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I guess I am too. Elections are gonna be kind of a priority, I think.
All right, so district court tablets, tablet purchase for virtual hearings for each courtroom, which is 3, helps maintain social distancing and providing public access to court proceedings.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that. Okay, we're good.
IT.
All right, Medic One information technology equipment determined to for remote working, including webcams, conferencing hardware, conferencing feed and supplies.
Any input on that, Gary? Because you're the
Well,
one guy.
yeah, I have to say, there's quite a need. That's probably, this would offset problems, I guess. Go ahead with it, as far as I'm concerned.
Commissioner, okay.
Telecommuting support, district court request to purchase equipment for 26 staff members for telecommuting.
What type of equipment do you know? Because we already purchasing laptops.
I can pull up the application.
I'm looking for that district court. Yeah, okay.
I just wonder, are we duplicating something here?
Sounds like it.
This one is 1 laptop, 1 additional monitor for data entry is a large part of the court work. Wireless keyboard, wireless mouse.
Is it that expensive?
For just that, 27,000?
Well, I think that's per staff member. So there are 26 staff
26
members.
staff.
Mhm.
And they currently do not have a mobile equipment, is my understanding.
Oh, and they're telecommuting, but they don't have computers?
So they've been using their own computers, or
Oh,
they've
good.
been using loaners.
Oh, good grief. So if we buy 26 laptops and such, what happens to those? Would they get surplus in a year, 2 years, 3 years, or just repurpose them?
I would
Commissioner?
think, all of the equipment that we purchase, it may be used to, in the long run, replace desktops. We're going to try to encourage people to continue to telework where they can.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, Romero.
I don't think Monroe has a question. Go ahead.
So I believe the need is there, but my suggestion is to centralize all the IT purchases through IT. And
Yeah,
and maybe just increasing the IT, item that you had already to purchase this, the equipment, but I think it's important to centralize the IT purchase into IT. So we can have that replacement schedule going on the equipment,
Yeah,
Well,
I agree.
that makes sense.
Be the most efficient way. So every IT item that you approve on this list, we'll just put the funding in IT and go from there.
Yeah, just like PPE, we just centralize the duplications, but I'm okay with that then.
I would vote 75% on this one.
I'll go with Commissioner Menzer.
Drives me nuts that employees are using their telecommuting and using their own personal computer. That scares me, not only from a hacking perspective, but just from a policy perspective. So I'm voting for full funding. You guys are going with 75%?
Yeah, I'm going with Ty with 75%.
Okay.
I don't get to vote with him that often, so I kind of like it.
All right.
Okay, clerk drop boxes. Clerk's lobby can only accommodate 2 people at a time. To help reduce the need for individuals who need to make payments or file documents, they would obtain a drop box.
Is that how much?
There are other drop boxes cost that much?
It seems a little bit extreme.
They have to be weatherproof. They need to be secured once they're obtained.
I would hope they'd be undercover in the walkway or something.
Well, that was not my question, what they need to be. Is that what the other ones all cost, about that amount of money?
I would have to ask our facility guys how much they cost.
No. This was just for one, Jenica?
2.
For 2?
Oh, wait, I thought I looked at something that said 2.
We'll get the answer.
I moved on to the next one.
Okay.
This is,
Stop, hang on, Gary.
Commissioner Menzer had a thumbs up.
Yep, hang on,
I'll
hang
go
on.
with him. I'll go with him on this.
Jenica, you have the floor.
oh, I'm pulling up the application to see if I can get you an answer on how many. It says a secure lockbox, so there's no indication that it would be more than one.
Okay. And you guys are doing 100%, or are you doing some?
75%.
75?
I don't know.
Okay, 75%.
Well, I would go 100%, so I'm outvoted there too. That's fine.
The next is treasurer equipment for remote work. Requests for laptops, monitors, and a printer for all staff working remotely. Currently, staff are working at home using personal devices.
So put this into the IT request.
That will be my suggestion too.
I say put it all in there.
Okay.
Thumbs up.
Okay. This is IT tech at SPSCC. So equipment for SPSCC elections office, including laptops, Dymo, label writers, wireless headphones, phones, and networking hardware.
Um,
I guess, is that for a class? What's that?
Elections office.
Yeah.
They moved the elections to South Peter Community College.
Is that for security reasons or what?
Yes.
For social distancing reasons.
Because on the election, there is a voting center. Usually 152 serves as such, and it's extremely difficult to implement social distancing in 152.
Okay, but is that also gonna go back to IT then?
That would be my suggestion. Oh, unless it's specific to the site of South Puget Sound Community College. It sounds like it's just purchasing equipment.
Yeah.
I think it is mainly equipment, but we can, whatever part is IT, we would put in the IT budget.
Okay.
Okay.
Thumbs up?
Oh, sorry.
Thumbs up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the next is PPE storage at the fairgrounds. The fairgrounds would assist emergency management with the request to store PPE, but as the phases of Safe Start continue, the potential locked storage area could be rented for revenue.
Store it. So does it cost $30,000 to store stuff?
So that's what the rental fee would be for the space at the fairgrounds.
There's got to be, I mean, that's space that's for expositions and stuff like there's got to be warehouse space or mini storage or somewhere that is got to be cheaper than that. No?
But we're not even having any events out there.
I don't know enough about the PPE. Does that go along with the purchase that we made back here on item number 4?
No, this is to store it.
Just for storage.
Storage of that material?
This is for material that comes into the county that we in turn distribute to hospitals,
From the
nursing
state.
centers. All of the PPE that we distribute countywide. This is not just the PPE for county staff. This is the county-wide PPE. There's quite a bit of it. It comes in waves. We have to have a place to put it, break it down, repackage it, if you will, for wherever it's going, and then to have pickup and distribution.
We'll put it in the old jail.
Not just the storage.
There you go.
Put it in the old jail.
Yeah.
I can't see charging us to store our stuff at our facility.
Yeah, I'm down on that.
That kills me. I don't know why, but it does.
So you said no?
I say
And
no.
I say no.
So-
The next one was the future countywide needs, so I'm going to skip that. And
So
Why is that?
because that's the
Because
set
we've
aside.
already addressed that.
That's the set aside.
Oh, that's the set. Okay, good enough, good enough.
But we didn't put it in yet. We did not put the set aside in yet.
So we'll see, she has a running total right
Yeah, and
there.
then we'll have another 700,000 to put in there with it.
We're gonna take this out.
Yeah.
And we're gonna put in emerging need. At only $500,000.
So before you move on,
Yeah,
we have 3 new cases today. 23, 25, and 44-year-old males.
Any of them
No.
hospitalized?
not related.
Any of them even sick? Or the test just came back? I mean, I'm always curious about symptoms.
We're only testing right now symptomatic individuals.
Runny nose?
All right. Let me ask you, since we stopped right there for a moment, I'm going to ask the board and staff, you need a break or you want to press on?
I can go if everybody's still ready.
Okay, we're going then.
We're almost there.
All right, we're almost to the finish line.
All right.
No, wait, hang on, I'm sorry. What did we do with that, the future countywide needs? We reduced it to 500,000, we put that.
100,000 is what's in the pool.
Okay. Thank you.
So the next is purchase of laptops in lieu of desktops and purchase of early laptops to provide for teleworking capability. CPED would cover the cost up to the desktop price with the CRF funds covering the difference.
IT purchase, perhaps.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, it got cut off there. These are laptops and they'll pay the desktop price, but this is the overage to buy laptops instead? Is that what you said?
Mhm, yes.
Correct.
I'm good on that one. CPED needs to be functional and they can do their work remotely very well.
okay.
So the next is customer queue system for at the auditor's office. This is automated customer queuing system where customers can select service. It provides line management and reduces the amount of people in the lobby.
Is that like they use at Department of Licensing? If you want this service, pull this number. If you want this service, pull that number, and then just sit and wait?
Kind of like that, but this is external to the buildings and people would be able to choose whatever service that they're here for. It would help with monitoring the number of people.
Oh, I wonder if it's one of those like the, I don't know, I just picked one, Red Robin or something. You get that little vibrating thing. It's time to, your time's in. Come on in. You sit in your car.
No, it's my understanding that it does not have that. It's more of a kiosk system.
Oh, okay. 43,000.
A lot of money.
Let's do 50%, let's do 50% of that.
So this is,
pilot.
we did a little research. We
Yeah,
did
go
a
ahead.
little research. This is what they cost, and this would only be for one building.
Huh?
We
Nothing.
might
or
want to
nothing.
look at them for more
Thank-
than one building.
Robin, you were covered. This is only for one building?
This would only be for one building, and we may want to look at them for more than one building.
So where would this be? Out the, would it be here or out? It'd be here, wouldn't it?
So this is proposed for building 1.
Okay.
I can tell you, senior citizens don't like this.
But they don't have to use it.
I have to understand a little better what we're talking about. If you go to Joann's and grab a number out of the little plastic thing and then you can physically distance and stand somewhere else, I mean, it's obviously not that. But
Oh,
what is it?
What happened?
it is,
It's not a Cheesecake Factory buzzer.
it is, people would be able to sit in their car and, they would be able to be texted. It's time for your appointment to come in. You can come in now. And it
Jennifer,
could be used for multiple departments, I'm told.
what's the name of the system?
I'm pulling it up.
We've looked at 2 or 3 of them now, but if I could just pull up one so that you could get a sense of what we're talking about.
That'd be great.
I hear many places going to this system and, I like it, so I'm gonna vote yes, full funding. And I'll wait for my teammates to weigh in.
The application, I don't see a name. It just says automated customer queuing system.
I can't support it. I don't know enough about it, so.
I think it's called Lobby Guard. Look up Lobby Guard.
Thank you, that sounds right.
Golly, I'm smart.
There was a lobby guard cost there in your spreadsheet.
It's a kind of an automated kiosk.
Oh, I see.
And there's different options of how they would work. The really fancy ones issue you a badge to be able to get into a secured building, but we wouldn't be going for that.
This sounds like something that ought to go through the IT committee for maybe more than just the auditor, maybe.
I would agree with that, Commissioner Edwards. If we're going to put money for one of these queuing systems, we should put it through the ITC. And again, we may want to use them for more than just building 1.
More than, yeah, other departments or offices, yep.
My suggestion, commissioners,
Yep.
to double their request.
Is the what?
Double it, their request. To at least explore 2 systems that we can be efficient at least at this campus.
I'd like to see how it works with just one to start with.
Is this like my question is is this like one of these systems where the companies are trying to make money off of the management and you either pull it out of the ground and throw it in the trash or we're committed to ongoing, monthly expenditures for management or something after this pandemic is over and this money is long gone?
We would have to explore that, Commissioner. I don't have all the answers. That again, I think that if before we would actually make a purchase, we would want to work with the ITC.
I'm being told this is what Pierce County is installing. I
That
like
is-
the idea of doubling it, but I don't want to double it until we figure out if we can work, how we use the first one.
But
Got bugs.
just to set it aside, and we come back with additional answers for you, to you.
Okay. So regarding this customer queue system, I'm a thumbs up for 100%.
I'll vote for it. I'm not voting to double it, but
Yeah, okay, I'm with that. Good enough.
Yeah, but not double.
Okay, public defense, labor, develop and manage newly created strategic solution, telework strategic solutions. The development and management of the TCPD telework policy and procedures were required as courts remained open.
So we already spent the money?
Tell me about it, Ty.
I don't. At first, I'm hearing of it. I looked at the note, and it's basically their. I think it's their labor costs needed to develop the workings of a COVID, of a COVID-19 universe for courts. We had some similar requests earlier from other departments, but I don't know anything about it beyond that. Am I right, Robin? It's just basically the time that their lawyers aren't able to lawyer, they're having to work on development of strategies for COVID-19, distancing response, et cetera.
They are working with the court. They have loaned staff to work on policies and procedures countywide. This is time that staff are spending, as you said, not lawyering.
Hey, Robin,
Yes.
would those be charged or coded on their COVID-19 time track? So as a default, should be part of the 2.9 million or not?
So it's my understanding that this is for costs incurred after June 1st.
June.
Okay, got it.
Thank you. You asked it. I didn't have to do it again.
Okay.
So what do we say? What do we decide on labor? What do you guys think?
I see a thumbs up from Commissioner Menser.
With the full amount?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm seeing thumbs up.
Yep.
So assessor, soft phone equipment, request for laptops, monitors, and necessary software upgrades to enable VPN capability for working remotely and reducing the use of personal computers for county business.
We just talked about that also. Yeah, so why would we say no? Would we do that to the other,
So
the CPAD?
I believe you are proven, but the purchases should be through IT.
Right, yeah.
Can we do 75% of that to IT? And send it to IT?
I'm gonna, how many was it?
We don't.
How many computers?
I believe this is for pretty much the entire assessor staff.
Yeah, I don't know how many that is.
I don't think they all have to work from home. Are we gonna have a bunch of ongoing licensing issues?
So I'm gonna give it a thumbs up, and go through, like we said, go through the IT.
The request note says 21 laptops, 2 Windows 10 Pro upgrades for laptops we currently have to allow them to be used with VPN, 23 headsets, 19 monitors, miscellaneous items such as keyboards, mice, cables.
Nice. Yeah, I think it's a working tool that we need to supply our employees with, especially in light of this telecommuting work.
I'm good.
So I
I'm
see
good.
thumbs up.
And Robin, IT, right? Through IT?
Right, all of the IT. We'll identify everything that's IT after this meeting and make sure that it all goes to IT.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
When we talk to Dennis, just to make sure that we keep track of the individual requests, so doesn't get lost in
We'll have this list.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Virtual public engagement, CPED. Purchase of online public learning, training, and outreach platform. Payroll expenses for 4 months of part-time staff. Adapting online platform for CPED needs in order to ensure ongoing citizen engagement.
This is instead of doing in-person open house type meetings that they normally do with code changes.
I wonder how many more we have coming up in the next 4, 5, 6 months.
I don't know. Even if you did one, this is what it would cost, because this is the equipment to do them.
Okay. But it could be repurposed after this pandemic.
Absolutely, that, because if we purchase the equipment to respond, it will last us for longer than October.
You're right. I'm okay.
Okay.
The next is Public Works Facilities Cleaning. This is Park and Trails activities. Staff and seasonal help costs for increased bathroom cleaning requirements. Also road operations, staff and seasonal help costs for cleaning requirements at the maintenance shop bathrooms.
You gotta keep them clean. People are hitting the parks.
70, well, I guess I got outvoted pretty quick on that.
Our
Did that
parks
go?
are underfunded to start with, and you've recently, through opening them, increased the cost. So
And we only have 4 parks employees, I think.
How many days you got?
Community outreach.
For auditor, this is due to offsite location will need adequate communication to voters about the change.
I don't know, I'm not crazy about that. I don't know that that's gonna be instrumental in, is that because of COVID?
I have a question.
I don't understand this one.
I don't either.
they're going to
I
need
have a
to
question.
know where to go.
Yeah, because they're moving off of site.
Yeah. So
So
let me ask you, I don't know if anybody knows the answer to this or not, maybe the auditor does. But if we authorize 25,000 for the community and outreach, and they only spend 12, 15,000, 18,000, does that money get reverted back, or does it get spent out? What happens with that? The
So
residual?
again, Romero had been talking about how we're going to carefully monitor every few weeks how much has been spent, and if this is not spent, it would come back to be repurposed.
I could do 75% on this one.
Well, I
Second,
could see 100%,
no, I'll go with Ty.
only because I just want to get my piece out anyway. Because the auditors moving their entire voting service center to SPMCC, which is new to everybody. So that's why I'm voting for the community, the communications outreach is going to be massive. So I'm giving it a thumbs up for 100%, but you guys 75%?
Yep.
Okay.
So the next is COVID supply and equipment such as cell phones, Zoom membership, gloves, mask, cleaning supplies, camera for virtual meetings, and Dropbox, and this is CPED.
I would make this part of the PPE that Central Services is purchasing.
The full amount?
Yes, I would move this whole $7,000 under the 350 that Central Services is approved for.
So what are you saying, to cover within the 350 or to add to the 350?
No, to cover it within the current
So
350.
you eliminate this line item then?
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay.
Public Works, computer upgrades, teleworking, purchase of portable computers in place of current desktop machines. Request includes the difference in costs between the desktop and the laptop for 2 computers scheduled for replacement and equipment for teleworking.
IT,
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
With this.
A lot of computers.
Yeah, we're in the mainly tech for teleworking section.
No, that's why. Thank you.
So what do I see on that one? Okay,
The 38.4?
yeah. 2 thumbs up?
For the full thing?
Well, this is, we're talking about the public work, computer upgrades for teleworking.
Yes.
Mhm. Public Works, yep.
Okay.
So I saw 2 thumbs up for the whole,
3?
3.
okay.
Next, Public Works, technology peripherals. Purchase of 168 headsets and 87 webcams because staff are not adequately equipped for virtual meetings when working from the office.
I want one of those.
Some of them have been purchased, it sounds like.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Boy, that's a chunk.
The next is CPAD.
I guess I didn't see any reaction by the board on the peripherals.
Yeah, I'm stuck. I'm looking at the running total.
So, commissioners, perhaps you're approving and allocating a lot to IT,
Yeah,
and there is going to be a lot of capacity to purchase and meet all the needs. So perhaps you don't approve this one.
because I'm looking at all the rest, we're in that section, as Jenica aptly put out. But man, there's a ton of money just for this stuff.
It is a lot that we'll be spending on technology. When we get through the list, I can quickly add it all up.
All right, well, let's,
My understanding that Romero is proposing that instead of putting 10,500 here, they would just use part of the money that is already earmarked for IT purchases.
I'm
I'm
good with
okay for
that.
that.
So I'm down on this one.
Okay,
Yeah,
Good, same,
we'll buy it, but with
different.
different
other
money.
funds.
Okay. Next is CPAD specific leadership time. So CPAD leadership is projected at 25% of staff time for COVID specific work.
I guess I don't know what that means.
I don't get it.
Okay. I'll pull up the
So
application.
much like in public defense, CPED staff has been working on plans and how we can address doing business differently in a COVID world. So it is accounting for their time when they're not doing the work that they would otherwise have done.
The application.
Just like the public defense attorneys aren't lawyering, the CPED leadership would not be, I hate to say that they wouldn't be leading, but
That's tough for me. I do 50%.
Okay, I'll go with you, 50%.
Romero,
Yes, sir.
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Can I go have a piece of your candy?
No, please have two.
No, just one, thank you.
So is that call for a break? Do you just call a break?
Oh, I was halfway there. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. 10 minutes, okay? We'll be right back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back. We had a nice short break, and for the record, I did not have a piece of chocolate. I had two. This is June 12th, 2020. We're continuing on with the CARES Act funding and decision-making, and we're winding it down. And where we left off, I believe, is IT technology.
Auditor IT technology. So this is teleworking equipment for staff to efficiently work at home. This is a laptop, Surface Pro, and 3 monitors.
Yeah, through IT. I'm a thumbs up. Other commissioners?
Is that $5,400? Yeah, okay. No, it's, no, it's not. Yeah, it is 5,400. Okay, good enough.
Yep. Go ahead.
The next is IT Duo. Project covers implementation of dual factor authentication for all county workstations, as well as renewal for 250 licenses. So the cost covers 1,000 licenses, 1,250 license renewal, and 200
Ubiquitous. I don't know what it is.
staff without phone authentication.
Is this, you said license renewal, and I don't know if you know the answer to this. They're not all renewals. This is for purchase of new dual authentication, I imagine?
It covers 1,000 licenses for staff that don't have Duo.
Okay.
And then 1,250 renewal.
And the dual authentication is massively important when it comes to security.
So there's no way getting out of this, huh?
I don't know the answer to that, but I'm gonna give it a thumbs up with a full piece.
I don't want to get out of it because I know this is really important, but I'm just questioning whether or not there's any, maybe it's a branding question. It just seems to me that if we had this on some machines, and can we use CARES money to renew licenses for ones that we already had? I mean, is there any concern about this being too broad in scope to meet the
That's a good question.
requirement?
That is a very good question.
Very
If
good
anything, this item should be probably for the additional computers or laptops that we're gonna be issuing to employees for telecommuting. So you may consider just dropping this to 50%.
Okay, let's do
We're
that.
not at
Well,
all.
hang on, I'm hear from Brandon. You there, Brandon?
You left.
Brandon? He's logged in, he's probably taking a break.
Well, but also, I see the need for it only because we have so many folks that are telecommuting. And I don't know if this would be new licenses, like the question was posed, new licenses or just renewals. And I don't know what the typical cost is, but there was a considerable amount of them. 1,000, you said, Jenica?
1,000 new licenses, and I think it was 1,250 renewal.
And we have so doggone many, I'm sorry, yeah, so many staff now that are telecommuting that don't have dual authentication. I'm concerned about tech security risks. So if you want to go, you guys choose. I'm going to go full fund for it, but I haven't heard from Brandon. But that was a good question.
I think that we need to double check and see what's already in the budget and what we were already planning to do, and anything that's in the budget should come out.
Yeah, I'll agree to fund whatever's permissible,
Okay.
but as long as that's double checked on.
Yeah.
Okay. The next is
How we're gonna
IT.
calculate that.
Go ahead, Jenica.
IT tech for the auditor, remote office equipment, 15 staff and financial services, teleworking, and need to provide adequate technology, laptops, wireless mice, monitors, scanners, printers, and phones.
The same as IT.
Well,
So one of the things we saw are some of our offices, like the auditor, submitted the same type of request for each of her departments, if you will, within the auditor's office. So you see IT tech for financial services, you saw an IT tech for elections, you saw an IT tech for admin, but it's not, you know, in retrospect, the committee should have bundled that all into one. It's the same exact thing for many sections of the auditor's office.
Okay.
So commissioners, if you see on your screen, the running total for IT purchases at 680,000. That is a very sizable amount that we can meet all the IT requirements, I believe, from offices and departments. In terms of laptops and all the peripheral equipment.
And Ramiro, can you explain that balance, 783,548? What are we actually seeing there?
So the 783 is the balance that you have out of the 15.7.
That's what's left to spend.
So if we stopped right now, that would be like that would be the emerging needs, like remainder that we were talking about.
Right, right. So that will be a discussion. What is it that you like to do with this money that is not already allocated?
But we've also got 1.5 million dedicated either to go towards United Way and.
Yeah, so that will be the next discussion.
Yeah, but still, we have 1.5 plus 783
Well,
theoretically.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure that to finish my question, the 500,000 we were talking about, the original million that we were talking about dropping to 500, that would have to come out of this 783 that's sitting there.
No, we already accounted for the $500,000.
Oh, okay.
So $500,000 already included on this amount, so you still have some capacity to put more into the unexpected. And perhaps you also have capacity now to revisit the outside sources.
I'm glad you asked that, Ty, because that's what I asked Romero at the break. What are we looking at? Has it already been accounted for or not?
Well, I would say that since the rest of these requests are more technology, and Ramiro's proposing that we have the $725,000 that we're spending is enough to cover our needs, and we have 783,000, I would suggest looking at the next item on the list, which is the GIS technology for the assessor's office, because I think we have a unique opportunity to do something that we would not that every county up and down has, and that we're not going to have another opportunity to do. That meets, even though it's outside, not inside, still meets the COVID-19 criteria.
So let's finish up this list and then talk about that the assessors ask. But I'm looking at the where we are, the financial services IT, and the indications are we going to vote yes for that fully?
I thought you already did.
We did. That's done then. So we're looking at
Compliance car desk with CPED. The purchase of car desks compatible with vehicles and installation by fleet services. This will allow staff an ergonomic location and vehicle to input info and remove staff from the office conducting the same work.
This is 0502 CPED, Jenica?
Yes.
I would recommend that CPED purchase this out of their current budget. And I would also note that this scored fairly low on the committee's priority rankings.
Okay.
Yeah, we're in the last 6 applications.
Okay.
Let's lump them together like Romero said and let them buy it out of that 700 and some thousand.
Well, I'm gonna look at each. I want to look at each one myself.
So the next one is an Epson printer and scanner, allows for printing and scanning from a remote workstation.
Yes.
From the IT.
Yep.
Okay.
Ready?
Next one is IT tech at the BPC, equipment for social distancing at the BPC, laptops with docking stations. Is this the right one?
Again, yes,
Yeah.
that is the right one. And again, this is where the auditor submitted a separate ask for each of her areas.
The next one is auditor teleworking staff would be issued laptops with a larger 17-inch screen to assist with data entry.
Wait. So that 39,100 is what, I didn't give a thumbs up or down. Did anybody else?
No, I've not seen a vote.
Okay.
On
So let's talk
Apologies.
about-
a thumbs
No.
down.
Yeah,
Down. Yeah, so it's down.
Commissioner Edwards is a down.
Commissioner Hutchins?
He was an up.
So it goes down.
Ty was a down.
Yep.
That's no.
Okay, that's for recording and licensing.
That's the 17, that's 35,555 for 17-inch screen laptops.
Was that a no for the IT, the BPC, ITech?
Yes,
Yeah,
IT
no,
Tech,
it's
a
a no.
no?
correct. A no for the BPC lap
Wow.
tech.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I missed. Was there a vote for the laptops?
Not yet.
Not yet. We're on it now. Yeah, I'll say yes, going to IT. But they're gonna lump them all together.
Yeah, but I think there's enough money in that fund already. We don't need to dump another 35,000 in there.
I'm agreeing with that.
1, 2, 3, 4. So we can get the last three out then, really.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with that.
So I just want to make sure I understand. For the last four requests for the auditor, which total approximately $80,000, you're suggesting that that should come out of this 725,000 along with everything else that you've already approved.
Yes.
And so we're going to ask Dennis to do these things within the available fund, and he'll come back to us and tell us how far it can stretch.
Yeah, because
good.
no every employee will need to be issued a laptop to telework.
But that's exactly what the request is.
For every employee to have a laptop so they can telework.
That is my understanding.
That is unreasonable expectation in my opinion.
Well, because there's 1,100 employees and not everybody needs one, so there would be residual monies from that allocation.
Because we're centralizing all these various types of requests, so.
So just to give you an idea, the initial request from IT for laptops was 50 for 80,000. So you can probably purchase close to 400 or 350 with this amount. And I believe that will suffice the needs of any telecommuter from every office and department.
So I believe that it was more than only laptops. But
There was a couple headsets in there, but I think it's enough.
I'm just asking for clarity. What we're asking Dennis to do is to attempt to meet all of these requests and let us know how far it will go or what has to fall off.
That would be my
Yeah.
suggestion.
Yep.
Okay. If you're listening, Dennis, I'll work with you on that.
You're welcome, Dennis.
Yeah, you're welcome. So that leaves us a balance then of 783,300.
So this amount that left over 783,000, you have a couple of options. Commissioner Messer made the argument for the assessor's request. You have included in this is the 500,000 to set aside for any future needs. And also the third leg of this tool is whether you'd like to revisit the $1.5 million for the outside needs. So the three options that you have for the 783, again, Commissioner Messer would like to explore the assessor's request. The other is whether you'd like to increase the amount of the set aside for future needs unknown yet, or whether you'd like to increase the amount for outside needs, which includes Thurston Strong and United Way.
Can you tell me how much the GIS technology was, the ask for that for the assessor?
702,
Even? Ish?
yeah, ish.
Okay. Thank you.
I guess I want to comment on that. I really think that Brandon gave us a pretty good breakdown of exposure and of how that, when I say exposure, having to pay for it out of general fund versus being reimbursed, and the outside portion of this where there is less threat to the employee working outside. So I think we could buy a few more masks, I guess. I can't go along with that expenditure.
Well, I'm glad you brought it back for discussion, and I asked Romero about it at the break too, if we were going to bring this back. And I go right back to my first initial thought was what Brandon did say about it. Would it survive an audit or not a year or two down the road? And I don't know if an audit finding came and we had to pay that back out of general fund. I don't know if that comes with interest or penalties, but it comes with a big spanking with a wooden spoon. And it kind of, that startles me. I mean, I believe in it. I think it's a good idea for the assessor to have that, but I'm just concerned with the with what Brandon said. Gives me due caution. Even if I were to say 50%, I'm still buying into it. And I just can't support that based on that advice.
So what I'm hearing, just to facilitate the decision-making process, so Commissioner Menser brought this issue for you to consider funding the assessor's request of $702,000, I believe. So
Yeah.
what is the formal direction of the board? So
I'll say no.
I'm a no.
No, so 2 no's and 1 no. Okay, thank you. So the next decision will be, you have set aside, including this, is $500,000 for any future needs unknown yet. Do you like to increase that? The initial request was $1 million.
For the emerging needs, just to set aside for us.
Yeah, not necessarily for us, for anything. They
Or
might-
for anything, right, set aside.
I could see Chris. I could see taking 283,000. That way, we'd have an extra even $500,000 to allocate toward the EDC and the United Way, just for a round number. But I'm open to what my teammates think.
I'm inclined to go along with Commissioner Menser on that.
Well, good, because that's right in line with what I talked about with Romero before we began the entire meeting this morning, was increasing that funding somehow to the EDC and or Social Services United Way. I mean, for Thurston Strong and Community Foundation and United Way.
So now what do we
that
have?
makes me feel good.
So now what you have in front of you, what I'm hearing is you have set aside $783 for to respond to any emerging needs, both internal and external. So,
I had understood that the 500,000 was only internal.
I think needs is the key.
And I would just add that in the last 5 weeks, the county spent $1 million in 5 weeks.
right, and what I'm trying to give the board's flexibility.
I understand.
Yeah.
I don't want it locked up in a fund that says only us, if the community needs something, so.
Right.
I would also point out that we're allocating, I mean, that's a long list of stuff. Laptops are very tangible, but some of these things are kind of speculative, and I'm pretty confident there's going to be some dollars there if that aren't going to be able to be allocated by October 31st, whether it's the courtroom or, I don't know, there were a dozen of these things that were, you know, kind of speculative by nature, and it's nobody's fault, but I think that we'll be able to meet at least some part of additional need. In terms
And I'm sorry, and the OFM is holding on to $240 million that they're going to have to cough up to counties, not all of us, of course, but to counties.
Okay?
So there'll be something coming.
Maybe. The legislature will weigh in on that.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
that's robbery.
okay, so
Okay.
what I'm hearing is, just to confirm, for 783,000 set aside for emerging needs.
Yeah. And
Wait,
how much left? 2 million in the other fund,
And
right?
then I'd assume that you want to allocate the remainder $500,000 to the external needs. That will be a total of $2 million. I'd like to see a thumbs down on that.
I'm up.
Okay, so $2 million on the outside external needs.
Yep.
Okay, so the next decision point that you have before you, and then we can probably call the day and celebrate in a way, is out of the $2 million that you have set aside for external needs. You have formal requests with a specific request from Thurston Strong, which is 25% of the total allocation that is not achievable based on the decisions that you made. And you have a request from United Way for $500,000. So,
Okay.
and if I may, the first decision before you will be how you want to split the $2 million based on those two requests.
Well, I would suggest 500,000 to United Way and 1.5 to
I would not, but
EDC.
I'm gonna suggest 250,000 to United Way and 1.75 to the EDC and the chamber. And I would like to put a stipulation on what goes to United Way is utilized for nutrition only.
I second Commissioner Hutchings' proposal.
However, thank you, but however, we put side rails on this, do we not, or can we?
That's the next piece of conversation. You need to put side rails.
Okay,
Because we cannot just, with all due respect, we cannot just write a check to those organizations and expect that they will fund as they see appropriate. They have provided plans to you, but I strongly encourage you to put side rails on that allocation. As an example, if what I'm hearing is the majority of the board has set aside 1.5 million to Thurston Strong and $500,000 to United Way. As an example, you can put side rails on the allocation to Thurston Strong. They can be utilized to supplement lease payments for small businesses for the next 3 months. That's an example of how you can probably exercise your decision. the $500,000, for example, for United Way, you can say handrails have to be specific for food support, nutrition support. You have, I believe you have the options before you as to how you want to put your handrails, your side rails, they can be directly allocated to what you perceive to be the best investment.
The EDC and Thurston Strong put together a 5-point program of the 5 priorities that they were going to focus on, and I was comfortable with that. Those are the guardrails from my perspective, is that they didn't just say, give us money. They said, here's exactly the 5 priority areas: childcare, micro business grants, I forget all the different things, job source connection for people out of work. There were 5 areas, and they were well thought out and well presented. So I say that those are the guardrails from my perspective. On the United Way, the reason I would give the money to that group is because they know exactly what the needs are. I mean, we're trusting them to do the vetting that we don't have the time or capacity to do. And they presented how they did it. We gave them an initial $75,000. We could sort of see how that got allocated to kind of test. I was comfortable with how it got done. So, and I certainly don't want it limited only to food. So I would say that's where I'm at on those.
So I would just providing examples.
That's fine. I was looking for my sheet and I don't have it here, that the EDC put forward.
It is included in your packet.
It's in the packet?
Yep.
Okay, there was one of the 5 or 4,
Well, PPE, I think you were worried about, if I remember right.
is that the one? Okay.
Yeah, the 5 are childcare strategy, Job
Yep.
Corps, micro business stand-up grants, bulk purchasing of PPE, and recruitment and expansion efforts for high wage industry.
Okay, so yeah, so I had,
Reserve.
that's the one I had was the PPE. But they know what they're doing as well. And I mean, they're a reputable group. Thurston Strong is both in the Chamber Foundation. But when it comes to putting side rails on United Way and the Community Foundation, Mindy and Chris know what they're doing. But we, the county, we still have to go through, they have to go through an audit. And if they don't spend it correctly, we get the audit finding. So it's just like, Romero said, we've got to be sure what we are, if we're allocating funds, they're going to give it to reputable places and use it properly. So it's probably incumbent upon us just to make sure we get our interests across to them as to where it goes. And I think number 1, food is paramount, is what I'm hearing throughout the county. But they also have utility and rental assistance needs that need to be met as well. That help prop it up. But I have to leave that to the subject matter experts in that field, like you said, Ty, not to me to decide how it gets divvied up. But we just need to put parameters on it so we know it's being taken care of properly so we can survive an audit.
And I kind of agree with Hutch on this, that I don't want creative on the deal. So that's fine.
Whatever, yeah, I agree. Whatever the suggestions are of the staff on this, whatever it needs. I mean, I'm happy to discuss side rails or whatever.
Did that get you anywhere that you needed or what you needed, Romero, or not?
The only concern that I have is,
Yeah.
Is the rate of expenditure by October 31st.
Right.
And that is really my, and I see as I totally agree, the EDC and the Thurston Strong 5 points is right on point.
Yeah.
But if I look at the child care strategy, that's the need. And I don't disagree that is a very high level need. But I don't know how they will spend that money on this particular item.
By the end of October.
By the end of October. That, for me, and again, the objective, at least from my point of view, is to make sure, obviously, that we avoid any added fundings on the road, and we don't leave any money left on the table for the state to sweep it.
No, they take enough.
Were you thinking that our money should be like targeted toward the micro grant or the business grants, and that since that's easier to
That, for me, that will be a more specific, more direct contribution. And then we have a way as to how we can monitor that grant issuance in the next 4 or 5 months, in the next 4 months.
I guess I'd kick in, why is it that we just couldn't send a letter along with it expressing our concern that?
No, that will be part of the award.
Oh, we will.
Okay, I mean,
Pardon?
and tell them that should this not be a doable situation to stay within these sideboards, that, I don't know, they give it back to us, or.
Because it has to be on a reimbursable basis, and that's probably what we have to discuss, and Robin can help us on that process. Because at this point, we don't have any money just to write a check.
Yeah, it's gonna be on a reimbursement.
So it has to be on a reimbursable basis, so we need to make sure that there is a rate of expenditure, so we see what is the rate of expenditure on a specific activity they do, and as a result, we just pass that to the Commerce to cover those expenses.
Okay.
Let me ask you, can I ask?
We're not just giving them a check. They get reimbursed and then we pass it when the
Well,
pass
yeah,
through.
because we don't have money to give them a check.
Right.
How are we gonna do the same thing, with the United Way group as far?
It will be the same.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
will be on that
we're in the same situation.
It will be on the reimbursable basis.
Yeah, okay, just as long as they know that, and if they haven't done it by X date, I don't know, do we get the money back, or?
Well, I'm sure they're listening.
Okay,
All right.
and their question has to be yes to each one of the, or the affirmative to each of the 5 questions as well on their
Well,
expenditure,
Yeah,
right?
because we need to follow up with what we call, Jenica, help me out, is a subcontract. What is because we need to have a contract with them to make sure that.
And sorry.
Go ahead.
I've checked in with Brandon on this to see if the subcontract has all of the same parameters, and they'll all be passed through.
Yes, basically, yes, all the same parameters.
Okay, thank you. So that's what, we need to have the formal contracts with them.
Okay,
Because it is
That
important,
gives-
because ultimately the county is responsible for this money,
Well, that gives us control,
oversight.
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 Well, if we had to, we could reject something.
Okay, I guess we're there.
What else you need, Romero?
So I'd just like to confirm that in fact, if you want to direct this Thurston Strong EDC contribution of $1.5 million, specifically for the micro business stand-up grants.
I don't know that I wanna lock it in that tight.
Okay.
So but nothing for childcare strategy, nothing for, I'm just confirming, I'm not saying this is my thought, but nothing for childcare strategy, nothing for Job Corps, and nothing for bulk purchase of, and distribution of PPE.
I'm just trying to verbalize what I understood the
Right,
conversation.
but this is for the other commissioners. Because I thought, I still thought they could do something towards childcare because it's such a huge issue for getting people back to work after kids have been home for so long. People have lost jobs and they can't go back to work if they don't have daycare. I thought there'd still be something they would be able to do with childcare before the end of October. Not fix the problem, but expend funding. But they're smarter at that than I am. And I thought Job Corps providing for employment for dislocated workers was probably a good idea too. That's why I don't mind. I think the number one is the micro business stand-up grants. That's a brilliant idea. But I don't want to leave Child Care or Job Corps completely empty.
I'm with you on that, Hutch. I wanna make sure they get something to work with if they come up with something that we haven't thought of. You know, they've got a committee working on it, I'm sure.
I'm perfectly okay with that. Folks, ask them to focus on those 3 areas, provided the money can be spent by the date. And
What's the one area we're leaving out, Hutch, in front of you?
Bulk providing of PPE.
Well, I think that we ought to allow them to provide at least something to the business community so that we can have central purchasing. We'll get a better bang for our buck. We won't have to keep track of each one of those individual handouts, if you will, or allocations. I don't think we ought to restrict it completely away from that.
So then we're saying focus on the micro business stand-up grants. I mean, do you want to prioritize it and the PPEs last, or just say, hey, you've got the 4 parameters you've provided, go ahead and leave it open-ended?
Well, how about with a priority on the
Micro business.
Yeah, what's wrong with saying that to them and letting them work this out amongst themselves instead of us trying to micromanage their operation?
I'm okay with that.
Oversight.
Yeah,
If they know
oversight. What's Ty say about that?
If they know the priorities, the micro business stand-up grants. Okay.
so
all right
I'm good with what you guys are saying.
Okay.
Okay, we good to go? You got it?
Do you want to do the same with United Way? Or do you like to put some additional guardrails United Way or not?
Well, I would like to prioritize the food. That's another basic needs, food and hygiene. And then as they see fit with utilities and rental assistance.
I thought that food had already been the priority area for the $717,000 of CDBG money. So I'm not sure that I want to put a food focus on this 500,000 on top of that, because there's a lot of stuff going on and a lot of social service needs.
So I think the CDBG money at the regional level is shifting. As I understand, there is going to be more to provide testing capacity. But that's what I've heard. But
Okay, well, even so.
Commissioner Hutchins can probably verbalize that a little bit better.
Well, I understand with the focus on food countywide, nationally, statewide, and countywide. But it's such a I can't think of the word. It's such a consumable food. It just never stops. I was told that someone filled up a pickup truck, filled it with crates and cases of peanut butter, and within a day it was gone. Because it's just a basic staple that families need all the time. The same with canned corn and all the other canned goods and such. It just flies off the shelves and needs to be replaced on a regular, constant revolving basis. So I wouldn't think just because so many other organizations are donating food and other money's going to food, I don't want to leave food out of the equation for United Way and the Community Foundation. They know what their needs are and the community needs and what's priority. And I talked with Chris Wells a couple of days ago. She did say food is a priority and will just continue to be a priority, along with, as I said, the basic hygiene products for women and children and infants. And then, like I said, utilities and rental assistance. But if you want to put rails on it, I'm okay with that, or guidelines. But again, I would encourage them to be, I would encourage us to remember they're the experts and know what the needs and where the needs are. But I would prefer, that's just me, I would prefer it to be food and hygiene and then trickle down.
How about if we just write a letter suggesting that so that we're not micromanaging them? Because like you say, they are the experts and know where the need is. And that way they'll know kind of what our priority is. We would hope this would work, but if they find differently, I think that's okay too. I mean, leave it up to them. Just they know what we want, what we would prefer.
Well, I envision a letter that would go to both groups, Thurston Strong and United Way, that they would say that. But
Okay.
as Romero said aptly, I'm sure they're listening too.
Okay.
But I want to hear it from my seatmates. You okay with that, Ty?
I'm good too. Yep.
Okay.
Huh? Run out of
I'm looking
airtime.
to see. Are you writing notes, Romero? I'm making the screen bigger here.
I think I got it.
You get what you needed?
Yep.
Ty, any questions or comments?
No.
Gary?
No, I think we've done enough damage for the day.
Jenica, I stand in your shadow. You did a brilliant job presenting to this tough crew. And so thank you very kindly.
And thank you for
Right.
Robin to walk us through and all this. So Robin,
I wasn't
Jenica, and
done.
I will compare notes after this
I wasn't
meeting.
done.
And we'll find
I
out.
wasn't done.
Sorry.
Thank you, Jenica and Robin. Thank you very much for keeping the tally for me. That's how I keep it straight in my head. You guys are awesome. Go ahead, Romero.
Sorry. It's in my own bubble. It's the mask.
That's it, yeah.
So Jenica and I will convene hopefully next week early to compare notes, just to make sure that we haven't missed any direction from the board. And we'll develop somewhat of award letters to all those outside outfits. And also we are starting forming the internal applicants as to the results of your decision. And again, we'll hopefully start coming back with you in 3-week basis, just to make sure that we're tracking on the expenditure side of the allocation.
Very good. And we'll hear back in a few weeks how much extra money we have left over. I look forward to that.
Don't hold your breath.
Okay. All right. Well, that concludes this CARES Act discussion and decision-making. Thank you all for tuning in. And we'll see you next time. We have another conference to get to now. Bye-bye.
Thank you.